Hello, everyone, and welcome back to D&D with WhatTeamComp. I'm your host, the Uncommon Guru, and I'm back again at it again with some more Cormundum chaos with my good friends. Starting from left to right, we have, of course, playing Aurelius Zarkwarts.
Today is gonna be,
Interesting.
it's gonna be a day.
It's a day.
It's gonna be a long ass.
Playing Genevieve, aka Fidget, is Mary.
Hello.
Playing Serenity is our good pal Paris. She's eating snacks.
I was talking about buying a pizza.
Hey, no, that's not a snack.
Hand it
That's
over.
whole food. Share.
But it's a food, not a snack. This is some deceit, and I'm telling the police.
It ain't all day. Call the cops, so.
And we have Artemis, who is played by Kendall.
Hello.
And we are picking back up in the town of Wavebreak once again. Continuing, preparing for the final stretch of the night into day 3 of Fidget's Trial of Endurance in the thief group known as the Collective. A very mafia mobster sort of vibe group that is apparently looking to test her by pushing her and those who are willing to stand with her to their limits. Thus far, the limits haven't been pushed that far, but everyone seems adamant that at the very least, the most zealous will be coming day 3. The final stretch. The time before sundown, which once the sun has set, the timer ends. And Fidget will have made it. But before we get into day 3, I wanted to do a small little snippet that I had thought to do, but I had not brought up on last session with Artemis.
It's been a week or so. What were we doing?
You
When
had
you left off, you were making smoke traps or.
you were
bombs
making
or
Oh yeah, I was
snares.
making snares.
Yes, you were
Uh-huh.
making snares and talking to Midnight,
Mhm.
who's helping you set them up. And you spend like probably a good little bit of time setting it up and having Midnight effectively mark a few areas where it's like, okay, this is a good place to put it. Okay, over here.
Well, yeah, me, Crazy, and Midnight were setting
Yep.
up snare traps.
Yep. And after a little bit, Midnight and Crazy, like, they just kind of have idle chatter for a bit. They seem to be not on like buddy terms, but like, oh yeah, no, you've come in and you've got stuff before sort of terms. Like, I know who you are, I know what you do. We kind of vibe, if you will. After a little bit, Crazy starts talking a little bit about some of the stuff he's made, and then starts to kind of like, not backhandedly, but like he says it like it's the most, oh yeah, no, this is totally obvious that Artemis is like the best person for making prosthetics I know. I mean, she made her own arm with one arm because no one else could make it for her, and it works. Like, how cool do you have to be to make your own arm with one arm and then upgrade your arm after the fact with your new arm? And he's just,
Artemis kind of pop up.
Yep.
Actually, I had help with the new arm.
oh, you had help with the new arm? Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah, I went to Sanctuary.
Yeah. Sanctuary. And Midnight just kind of goes, of course, in Molten Hold.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was needing to talk to a few people there, so Sanctuary. They actually call it Sanctuary. Oh, that makes perfect sense for him.
She kind of tilts her head and stares at him for a minute.
Oh, he's...
You know him.
he's from up north, according to the tales that we believe. Apparently, he's got a couple of different rumors about him that no one's sure if they believe. One that I do believe is that at one point he was hit by an avalanche, and the avalanche split because he was melting it at the point of impact.
Yes, that sounds close enough.
I know he's got a few different friends there. Crazy, you were saying that Artemis has changed some of their methods, I think you said? Oh yeah, no, they normally they have like their tools and stuff, but they also have like, you have that book, right? The book with the spells and the cool stuff. And you said you were learning from a cool guy about the cool stuff. I was a little distracted.
Yes.
I was just excited for you.
Artemis will let out a laugh and just kind of reach into her bag and pull out her working spell book right now. There's a lot of notes. There's things like sticking out of it, folded corners, little tabs.
And that kind of perks up, kind of leans forward, like, can I?
She kind of looks him over for a moment. Not because she doesn't completely trust him, because she doesn't trust him, but there's also the bit of she's giving him some trust, but because this is like almost intensely personal now.
Yes. He doesn't know that.
And she kind of squints a little. You'll be careful with it.
I'll be more careful than the other ones.
Other ones?
Oh, those ones weren't, they were no longer being owned as they were, makes air quotes around, gifted. People tried to attack us, and so they fucked around, found out, and they no longer have possession of their books.
Artemis will kind of give a look over to Crazy.
Yeah.
And then kind of like move around so that Midnight can see in the book as she's flipping through it.
Yep. And he looks it over and he's like, okay, all right. And he looks it over and then he kind of leans forward a little like, okay. I'm not saying you need them, but like, do you have two offensive spells, two spells to defend yourself with? Do you only have the two?
I don't usually fight.
I'd say why, but I understand not usually fighting, but like, if you're in a group that is, predisposed to fighting, having a fighting option does help. Plus, didn't you have like a lot of stuff you've been going through the last few days, and you chose to be here? Don't get me wrong, you're supporting your friend. I respect that, because that's my friend.
I was also the one. I was also the one that was pretty much making her invisible the whole time.
Yeah, but she's a fighter. She wants to
I
knock
know.
people's noses in. It's
I'm
awesome.
well aware of that, but there's also the bit of I know there are options outside of fighting where you can survive things like this.
True, but consider, just for a moment, hiding means that if the danger passes, you're safe, but the danger's out there. Running, the danger's behind you. And if it slows down, let's be honest, people are the best hunters. Not because we're fast, but because we're persistent.
I know.
Which means that at some point...
I am being hunted.
Yeah. So You're being hunted?
Did you not hear Silver Tongue talking about the guy that he had to fight with the dog?
Oh yeah, I honestly thought he was talking about a normal dog. I wouldn't be surprised if
No.
he was fighting a normal dog.
Artemis just kind of lifts up her pant leg to show off the massive bite scar she has on her calf.
Ooh. Ow.
Yes. I am hunted.
I think we've got like one or two of the books that we were gifted. If you want, I can give you one of those, and those will have more offensive spells in case you are hunted and you want to either beat them up or set them on fire.
I will never say no to more spells.
Okay. Which do you want? Beat them up or set them on fire? That's what I've nicknamed the two books.
I am
respectively.
not currently good at beating people up. She kind of flexes and shows off her total lack of muscle.
Oh,
But I can do setting on fire.
You just need the right flexibility. Kind of flicks his fingers for a sec, like wiggles his fingers at you, and then he flicks his hands back and forth a few times, and then there's a dart between his fingers. Flicks it again, darts away. But
Oh, I'm very dexterous.
exactly. So there's always a way to fight back if you're, if you figure out how to use that flexibility to your advantage. I can give you a knife. I have plenty of those. But,
Yes, you seem to have many of them. Where do you keep them?
The great thing about this, he kind of like winks at you, like pulls open a jacket and part of his jacket, and there's just like a lot of knives just kind of lining it. It acts as studded leather too. Because the knives are blocking stuff.
Oh. Nifty.
Yes. But hey, Crazy. I don't mean to pull Artie away, but I want to go give her ways to set things on fire. Crazy just kind of blinks for a second, like, I'm all for fire. Cool. Guard. And
Her net went down. She'll be back soon.
no, come back.
Her net went down. Give her a minute.
I'll give you a minute. Also,
But yeah, she'll follow him.
yep. There is a thing called spellbooks that you should now have access to.
Which one? What?
Where you would look for your character sheet.
Oh, yes, there it is.
There is
Spellbook.
a handout that has a book filled with a few extra spells. If you want to put them into your own book, you'll need, of course, the ink, money, and time. But if you want to just
Yes.
haphazardly flip between them to figure out the spells you need at the time, you have a few extras. And as you can see, this person was a bit more on the set things on fire / just throw more attacks at people side.
Okay. Yeah. After all this is over, she's definitely writing all of these down.
Of course. Yeah,
But yeah, as she's walking behind him, like following him out of her periphery, she is reading.
Mm-hmm.
So where did you get this one from?
This one was from a young wizard apprentice who something about my father disappeared because you guys, stuff like that. As far as I can tell, they were having some issues because their father had either chosen to join us or chose to double cross us. And, well, apparently they decided to blame us instead of their dad. I get it. Like, their dad made a choice, and not blaming their father, well, that's on them. If Papa's gonna fuck around and find out, that's his problem. If he's gonna make it his child's problem, he's a shit father. Let the kid grow up and do what they want. Don't have him go to wizard school, then come back to fight your battles for you. Low-life prick.
Sometimes kids think that they have to defend their families.
Some. Others look at their family and say, I have no idea how you got here.
That's familiar.
No?
Crazy never told you. Or
Crazy keeps a lot of their past to their chest.
okay. Well, part of it is there are a lot of, well, there's one, but it branches. There's a cult in Denziel.
Mm-hmm.
They usually pull their members from orphanages and groom them into their positions.
Oh, I think I've heard about that one. Yeah, no, they suck.
I know. And she'll just keep following him silently.
And giving that was... for the most part, all that needed to be done for that.
So, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty fine. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How you doing?
Moss!
I am here via phone
The
while we
ritual
wait for
work.
internet.
Understandable.
So you'll just have to rely on me telling the truth with my rolls on things, but we're good.
I trust you.
I trust you.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But what'd I miss?
We're doing fine. How are you?
Oh, thank you. That's exactly what I asked. Thank you, Zark.
Artemis got a book of fire spells
Okay.
for midnight. And
Uh-huh.
she basically revealed that, yeah, I don't really get what parents are supposed to do, but, because I was raised to be in a cult.
Ah, okay. So, I'm caught up.
More
We're
or
good.
less
We're good.
vaguely. Yes.
Comp, you're in charge of the music since I can't get in there and do anything.
No worries. Right now it's nighttime. Anything else
Okay.
anyone wanted to do for that evening?
Artemis would probably want to show Aurelius the new spells she got because that's her Arcana buddy if he's got time.
And
Yeah,
Fidget would want to talk to Midnight, actually.
Ooh.
Odds Aurelius is fapping about with his sword training.
Okay, yeah. Artemis can probably walk in there with Midnight, and the Fidget can take Midnight, and Artemis can continue walking toward Aurelius.
That's probably fair. So whatever one you want to do first, Comp, I'm good with.
Honestly, Aurelius would have been training with Fidget.
Yeah, that's why Fidget would probably take Midnight and
Yeah.
leave.
The trade-off.
Swapsies! Swapsies!
Mm-hmm.
When you walk in, you actually see Aurelius is getting his ass handed to him.
Probably because
Good.
Fidget is that person.
Darn He's laughing. I'm just saying. He's witnessing this and enjoying every second.
Why don't you go with Artemis and Aurelius first while I check a few things on my computer side of things?
Okay. Sounds good.
Hey.
So Artemis will walk up and then she will see Fidget and Aurelius, and she'll kind of hold up the new book that she has. Aurelius, I've got new spells.
That's not your book, is it?
It's not my book.
Did you commit a thief? Did you commit a crime?
I didn't, but I'm pretty sure he did, and that's how we have this.
Excuse you. I have only committed the crime of borrowing it from people who don't need it anymore.
You have decided to steal from a corpse.
No,
So grave robbing?
They're not well... I mean, it's not grave robbing if there's not a grave. Unless it's really shallow.
Aurelius is actually thinking about the legalities of this.
Midnight before you midnight before you give him an aneurysm. Can you and I talk for a moment?
Oh yeah, sure. Gentlemen, ladies, I'll be over. Slides off to the side. And by the way, technically speaking, the legality of that is it's frowned upon exceptionally, but there's, as far as you know, no laws about that currently. Mostly just because the basic premise is you're not allowed to raise the dead. But if you're just robbing the grave, is that illegal? You're not sure. You don't remember that particular part of it because you were so focused on your other training.
Yeah, the more relevant
Artemis,
stuff.
Yeah.
Artemis is just a little scavenger rat, so she doesn't care.
Yeah, Aurelius doesn't either. He's just like thinking about it because it's on his mind now.
Literally a fucking possum in the party.
Y'all have been fully aware of this the entire time.
I mean, you're not
She's
wrong.
unaware.
Dumpster rat. She's a little raccoon.
Where when I caught her on the fucking rooftop and she practically hissed at me.
And you probably caught her in a dumpster more than once.
She insists upon it.
But yeah, Artemis is just gonna start showing Aurelius her new the spells that she was given that she's gonna start studying. If you look, I'm not sure does he have access to it too?
I gave it to you alone. Would you like me to make it for everyone?
Yes. I'm not sure if they'll be able to use it, but I want them to be able to see it so that they can have reference, so I don't have to list off everything.
Yes.
Yeah, for me, it's more of a case I would I'd like to know if there's anything in there that Aurelius would recognize.
All right. Yep.
Just go to the
It's
thing
the
where
spell
your character
book.
sheet. Yes, it's the spell book.
Okay, he would definitely recognize Create Bonfire.
Dark Souls character.
I mean, are we wrong?
Message is familiar. Shocking Grasp, not so much. Core Sphere, Detect Magic, Thunderwave, Scorching Ray. You see him reading through these and he's like, so how do you produce these spells without just kind of doing it?
What do you mean?
Well, like, he sits down cross-legged and you hear the clink of the fucking giant sword fall down next to him. It looks so silly. This, like, 6-foot buff boy sitting cross-legged looking up at you like a child.
Teach me the way.
School is in session.
And he's basically going through and explaining how a lot of his magic comes from reciting a historical miracle or through sheer willpower and or faith, depending on the spell and the context.
Okay.
And like basically how paladin / cleric spells work. He's kind of explained that.
And Artemis will join him on the floor because the floor is the best place for conversations. And sit cross-legged and put like her hand on her. Don't you tut at me.
Amazing.
And she'll put both of her hands on her feet and start explaining that wizards and artificers study magic and that they don't rely on faith to do magic.
Yeah. So I'd imagine as the conversation goes on, it's basically an exchange of different ideas from different thoughts and approaches to the arcane.
Yes.
And then at a certain point, Aurelius will point at a cause fear and be like, be careful with this one.
Oh?
It doesn't just affect your enemies.
I see.
Because when you cause fear to another person and watch them in fear, it can cause your allies to also be afraid. I've bore witness to some of my old allies using similar strengths, and I was afraid of them.
I will
Little
be
side
careful
note,
with
my internet's back. I will be right back.
Okay.
Woo! I'll keep that in mind.
But this one, he points to create bonfire. Very fucking useful.
Yes, it does look like very useful. I think I'm going to keep that one in particular and put it in my book. It looks like it'd be good for surviving.
Message won't. We have the thing. He like taps the ear. We won't need that as much. Shocking grasp. What is shocking grasp?
She kind of like puts her fingers together, makes a zapping sound. And she's like, but bigger. And I touch you. And it hurts.
So if there was an
Electricity. With like lightning.
With lightning.
From my hands.
So, say someone's wearing something made out of metal.
Yes.
And you, oh, his eyes light up. That's dangerous. He's smiling.
Oh, but it's fun. She'll smile widely back.
Yeah, basically just imagine him going through and like learning what he can from the spellbook and what they do. I'm not gonna go through and do all of them because my brain cannot fucking think right now. But it just assume excited arcana noises.
Yeah, these two are just geeking out on the floor with a spell book between them.
Yeah,
I
a lot
love
of
them so much.
a lot of what he's looking at, he has probably heard of a few of these, but has no idea how the ones he does not know work in a mechanical sense.
After Bitsurity
Yes.
might join the two nerds, but she's even more lost than Aurelius is.
Aurelius,
Aurelius isn't lost.
Aurelius just has a different approach to it.
I'm looking at the 10, that's why I said that shit.
Yeah.
But he's got a +5 to Arcana. He's got at least some understanding.
He's just trying to get where Artie is coming from his basic understanding, basically.
Yeah,
Fair
not to
enough.
mention these are all new spells for him to look at and figure out if he would be able to do them too.
And he's trying to...
Aurelius casting shocking grasp.
He'll try to explain on a more on a level that Serenity would understand on a defensive standpoint.
Please
If that
do.
makes yeah, like he's gonna try and do that. I'm just gonna do a basic. If you were to teach someone, would that be just basic charisma, or would that be more performance?
In this
I was thinking
respect,
intelligence. Hell.
yeah, it would be intelligence. Because you're not trying to
Intelligence.
persuade her to listen.
Yeah. Okay. So just intelligence.
Let's see if she gets it. That was a GM, but that's a 13, so roughly.
Yeah, no, you're explaining it rather well.
Like all things considered.
She starts. So there's like a weird way of geeking out that is more Aurelius centered, in that she basically goes on about how this would be useful in combat scenario.
That is
No.
like Aurelius is basically the middle ground between the two.
Yeah, Artemis will go on and tell him, yes, Midnight gave me these because he realized I didn't have a lot of combat spells.
It's gonna be hella useful for tomorrow.
Very.
Oh, yes.
It's
Not only can you set them on fire, you can electrocute them.
Yes, I would have to be close enough to touch them, though.
what you could do with, and he looks at Ice Knife. Combine that with Shocking Grasp.
Ooh.
Could you do that?
Well, water is a conductor.
Look, I'm not 100% sure on how that works. All I know is that I've seen people do similar things before, and he shudders at the thought.
I wonder. So, okay, so you know how Gadai can talk through Bean at any point, yes?
Yes.
I wonder if we got you a spell to get you something like Bean, if you could cast spells through it.
like a summoner.
Kind of, yes.
I am not good with animals.
Well, it's not technically an animal.
There have
It's-
been cases where people have been able to summon demons and fae and devils and the like. It's not.
When you mention summoning demons, she goes visibly pale.
They don't have to be.
I'd
would
like
not
to stay away
recommend-
from summoning.
Yeah, I would not recommend summoning demons in particular.
I would like to stay away from summoning.
Alright. It was just a thought.
I understand. I'll leave that to you.
Look, I can summon my horse if things go to shit, but I don't really think a horse is going to work in any gestures around.
I mean, depending upon the horse, it could.
Look, if you want to ride that horse, I'm more than willing to let you, but I don't see how it's going to help me.
I'm
Honestly,
sure
I'm-
that's all she's planning on riding with you.
You!
Aurelia, you know what? I'm going to roll to see if Aurelia is just caught off guard by this. This is a charisma save and a half. Holy, I hope.
These people so much.
There's a you see a flustered look on his face for a moment, but quickly recovers. It's one of those things where you can tell he's trying his best not to show any emotion at all, but is, for that brief second, it was very clear.
Meanwhile, Serenity is floundering before she just gets up, moves behind Artemis, and just pulls her to a hug.
You do this so that I don't see your face. You kind
No, I
of
do
tilt
this
your chin back
because-
and looks at her.
She's bright red. It's not hard to see. I do this because this is as close to a headlock as I can get with you.
I mean, you could, but it would hurt.
Exactly, and I don't want to hurt.
He got me in a headlock yesterday. Aurelius says quietly, thinking about training.
Yes, and I'm sure you did not volunteer for that.
I did not.
Technically, you did by asking to spar with me.
Shh. he like puts his finger up and everything doing the shh. Hush, my sweet prince.
Yeah, Jill did just go back to studying the new spell book and just kind of muttering the instructions to herself and looking through her bag to see if she has all the components she needs.
You want to test some?
I'm not testing any of these spells on you.
I never said on me. This is a training arena. There's plenty of any gestures around. Targets.
Well, I can test some of these, but some of these cost will. And I have to save it, so...
Right. Of course. So that there's a limit for you lot as well, alright.
Yeah, I think there's a limit for anyone that uses magic.
Wonder how that happened. He kind of like mumbles to himself quietly.
Isn't there a god of magic?
Yes. But in order for me to look into it, I'd need to go to an archive of the clergy, and I don't really want to do that.
Maybe they didn't want them to have unlimited magical capabilities. They might have thought it being mortals too powerful.
It is one of the mysteries that I've always been curious about, but anyway, that's conversation for another day.
Well, once everything's over, this is a very large city to explore.
We'll see.
At this point, Serena's got her head on Artie's shoulder.
Yeah, she's just kind of leaning back into her as she continues to read.
Aurelius is looking for something that she can try shocking grasp on without it exploding.
I think the wooden dummy would explode. Now, if she uses something flammable, that's a whole nother thing.
It won't catch fires, just shocking. I know electricity can cause fires, don't at me.
Although immediately you knew I was just ready.
You were opening your mouth. You were half ready to start throwing words, and I'm just like, puts hand over her mouth. Shush.
Aurelius brings back a shield and places it in front of Artemis. It's a it's a metallic shield, and he says, "Someone approaches you and is about to attack you. They have their shield up, which normally is an effective defense, but to you, it's just a shortcut."
Metal.
Exactly. Consider this in combat. Aurelius is just smiling as, like, he is nerding out so hard. You can tell.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Yeah, she's
thinking-
going to jump up and slam her hand against it and use shocking grasp.
Okay, not gonna make you roll an attack roll. I'll say roll a Arcana check though, because that is from a book that you. Do you have that normally prepared?
No, but it is a cantrip.
Yep. So roll an Arcana check. Should be easy. Just
Okay.
Yee.
Yee.
Yeah, easily.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had that at advantage.
The first one's still a 27.
Okay.
So yeah, you just quickly whack.
And I imagine the shield kind of like jumps a little bit.
Oh yeah.
And Aurelius actually takes a step back away from.
It leans forward. by
works
this.
quite well.
That will be excellent. Now imagine someone in full plate armor. Oh, the things you could do. He's like looking out.
Imagine
That's awesome.
if I had a metal pull,
A metal pull.
so I could hit people from a distance with a shocking rod.
Shocking ruts. You're gonna have to. He sits back down again.
Serenity pulls out her quarterstaff. So something like this, but metallic.
Yes, if I could use this and grow accustomed to using something as a weapon and use this upon impact, I would be able to attack from a distance.
I could teach
At
you how
least
to use
of that.
this.
Aurelius draws his spear. Something like this, but with instead of the shaft being made out of wood, made out of metal. And since your arms are made out of metal, it should not be as bad. What if you could find a way to charge? He's walking around and just pacing, and you can tell he's coming up with ideas and then immediately dismissing them.
Serene's adding in her own little ideas to try it out.
Artemis has pulled out a notebook and has started writing things down, occasionally crossing things out, little notes everywhere.
Yeah. But by the end of this conversation, when it's late into the evening, Aurelius kind of stands up and he's like, "Do you guys remember the weaponsmith?"
You'll have to be a little bit specific. Which one?
Any of them. I think we can make something for her. That might be helpful.
I can see if Crazy can help me.
Yes. I think I was one of them. It was Crazy and then there was another.
There were a couple of them. Yes, I can go to speak with them.
There was one that was quite memorable. He kind of
Yes.
mumbles to himself
And
quietly.
And they go off into their own conversation as you go to at midnight, right?
Yes. While you guys are
Yee.
discussing that, Fidget, you kind of take Midnight and pull him off to the side.
She'll lead him to an area where it is very much just the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
And she's got a stern look on her face, one that he's probably very familiar with when it comes to her.
He's like
she'll
rocking on his heels, just like,
And he, in that moment, watches that stern look melt away. And she just looks tired.
Oh, that's
Midnight.
Yeah.
You and I'm sorry how I treated you in the carriage. You didn't deserve it. You did nothing wrong.
He looks... He looks like you swept his legs and elbow dropped him, standing up.
She'll hold up her hands going, "Look, I know how I come across. I know how I've been treating you. And I'm pretty sure I probably treated you that way before I left. Memory's a little foggy." And she kind of wiggles her hand back and forth and unsure. But all you were doing in the carriage was trying to help explain the situation, and I snapped at you. That was unfair of me.
I get exuberant, ecstatic sometimes. I understand I'm a lot. And considering what you just had dropped on you, I get it. I'm not holding that against you. Never held any of your anger against me. I figured I kind of deserved it. But I'll get over it. No worries.
So I'm again, memory a little foggy due to what Dutez and all that shit that happened to me. Don't remember everything of the way it was when I left. So that's why I was a little surprised when you said we were friends. because the memory I have, that is a bit skewed by the sound of it, is that you kind of had it out for me.
In what way?
I don't know. I thought that you and Silva were behind the reason I went to that whole meeting to begin with.
Oh yeah, that probably does sound a lot more plotting dastardly when it... Okay, frame of context. I was for you going there,
Uh-huh.
and Silver was the one who said that if anything happened, you were really the second best bet, but he said he had been not allowed to go, which, considering how he's been getting, I don't blame him.
Yeah, he's gotten worse. That I've noticed. Yeah, I've noticed.
But I was for it because I figured if any of us needed to bare knuckle brawl our way out, it'd be you and Tank. Tank could do it too. Well, obviously it's Tank, but Tank doesn't look smart enough. He is absolutely smart enough. He doesn't look it, and people tend to disrespect him for it. One of these days there will be bodies in an alley over it, and he will have touched none of them.
Oh, you're actually... Oh, no, that actually makes sense. You don't like to make it look like you got your hands steady. Were you aware of what the meeting was supposed to be?
Some D'Artez meetup. Actually...
Did you know it was going to be Teddy?
He holds up his hands. I know one part of it.
Oh?
It was a setup to put someone in their place. And once I heard about the stuff after the fact, I'm pretty sure I know who it was.
Who it was meant for?
Yeah.
You mean?
Yeah. Because if they, they understood what they were doing, they wouldn't have instigated a fight.
Midnight? That night? When... it was supposed to be a talk. Somebody played music before I could say anything. And the music. And I don't remember much of what happened after. I snapped out of it when Teddy decided to stab me through the arm and into the ground.
Ow!
She'll point to her shoulder where there's a visible, mark in the shape of the sword.
Ow!
And kind of turn around so he can see the exit point on the back of her shoulder.
You know, I already said it, but ow!
Yeah. That kind of snapped me out of it. But by then it was only, Teddy and his battle bot buddy, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
The thingadabob.
Yeah. There were people on the floor. There were people... I didn't mean to kill anybody if they're dead. I got so mad at Teddy, I knocked him on his ass, beat him within an inch of his life, and took that damn thing that he was always wearing around his neck.
He's had
Which
that
is
for
why
a
my
while.
bounty is... But that's why my bounty is as big as it was. I stole from the D'Artez family.
So D'Artez is just being an ass. Oh wait, no, that's just D'Artez being D'Artez. Never mind.
Do you know the story behind D'Artez and my family?
I'm aware. Looked into a few different things. Don't worry about it.
Something I told Reza,
Hmm.
and something I'm going to tell you, and I probably should. I think it got back to Von Sterling because of telling Reza, but my dad got passed a note by Datez.
That old fuck? What's Dortez thinking?
They
Really?
used to be in a crew together, Midnight.
I mean, yeah, but he's a farmer. No,
He's the one who originally taught me how to use a sword.
I mean, but he's not practiced, is he?
No.
You don't know?
Here's the thing. I thought the same thing you did. He's a farmer. But then I was talking to Reza, and he was saying, I was like, he has an old injury from when he was adventuring with this old group, and I said that would probably be why he's not really anyone of interest in Datez, and then Reza pointed out that so is Von Sterling, and Von Sterling's one of the scariest people we know.
He holds up a finger as though to counteract your point, and it slowly droops as he kind of goes, ooh, okay.
Yeah, I've actually thought about it before bringing it to your attention.
I'm not saying that you didn't think about it, it's just I didn't think about it. I don't like that I didn't think about this. I need to think about it more.
Probably not anything important for right now, but once he got past the note, he left Corvin, and there's no word or sight of my mother anywhere in Corvin either.
You think he just packed her up? No, if he got past a note, he shouldn't have involved her. I am going to have to think on that. That is not information I was considering.
Yeah, I got it from Silva, actually.
Kind of like looks like, what the fuck? Why does he know this?
I don't know.
Why did he tell you this? You have too much on your head? Tell you what.
I tried to make it so that he and I were civil when we got after the trial the first day, and he showed me just how much he snapped.
He's worse. Look.
He told me I was still his, Midnight. I need your help keeping him away from me.
I can't promise anything tomorrow, but I'll look into it. All
Again,
right?
I'm sorry for how I treated you.
I've always been
Honestly,
your friend.
getting back to this group, I feel like I'm back home with these. It's home again.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not to say that you don't have a good crew. Granted.
Oh, I love the people that I travel with.
Granted, they seem to be a little bit strong-minded and single-minded.
That might be my fault, because I was telling them only what I remembered, and what I remembered was wrong.
I'm not talking about between us. Them having wrong information about us is honestly a delight, because that means we get to play it up. Do you understand how much of a delight it is to make fools of people, making them go, you are untrustworthy, and be like, I am literally one of the most trustworthy people in the room. I'm more trustworthy than you.
Yeah, I've heard about you getting nice and cozy with Ari.
She's a delight. Honestly, she's more trustworthy than me, though. That is a lie. She is definitely more trustworthy than me.
A grin just spreads across Fidget's lips. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Let me have this.
And it's cute. It's
Yeah.
cute.
Hey. I'm not cute. I'm assassin-esque.
No. The way you are with Ari is cute.
Assassin-esque.
You're shorter than I am, Midnight.
Fidget is teasing Midnight about their interactions with Artie. And they're like, I'm assassinus!
Yeah, Midnight, the only reason that you're my height is because of the horns, okay?
Hey, they're good-looking horns. Kind of like strokes his horns slowly, like, yeah, looks good. You wish you had horns like mine.
I'm good.
You're good?
You were
What
never
the
my
fuck?
type.
What do you mean you're good?
You were never my type.
I didn't say I was your type. I said the horns would look good on you. That's a compliment.
I might be leaning towards the more spookier side of things lately, so, yeah.
The horns would be a good addition.
I've got that dread helm thingy on my cloak.
Glowing eyes would... No, you're right. Glowing eyes do supersede horns. In
And
Fantasyland!
My armor also smokes, man, okay? Don't even try me with my horns look good on me kind of bullshit, man.
You walk out of the shadows with your horns framing your face in a way that makes you ominous. You're set.
You also have a baby face.
Excuse me. You were a baby face. I do not. He like holds his face like he's covering it. Like, don't look at me. This is my face. It's not a baby face. It's assassin-esque. It is betraying my actual power.
You're also grinning like a loon right now, Midnight. It is cute, it is sweet, and you deserve it.
And so are you. You... Honestly, this is the most open I've seen you. Back with us, you were heavy-handed and a lot more prone to violence. And this is you just... alive.
I've been through therapy.
Ew.
That forced on me because I kind of hit like rock bottom and didn't sleep for like 5 days.
Don't do that. You'll start to see the Hat Man. I don't need to see him again.
No, I just had my how do I put who this so you know the robe?
Yeah.
My group, yeah, that's the he and I might be yeah.
So keep Silver away from you. Understood.
Yeah, it's like he ran at me, but I was already passing out, so I thought he was the reason why I fell over, but I was just passing out, and he's been a little protective of me ever since because I didn't sleep for 5 days. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah. No, I get you. You know what? Speaking of sleeping, if we keep talking, eventually it's going to be morning and we're going to be having a great time, but I think you should go and insert yourself into whatever conversation your friends are having. Violently if needed. I'm sure that your lady friend with the flexing arms who wants to crush... Well, actually, I don't think she wants to crush me. Serenity, yeah, that lady. I think she wants to throw Silver through a window, and honestly, I think I'd pay her to watch, but I don't think I'd let her because he might stab her.
I have a feeling there's more to that than we know, but I did tell her that I was absolutely terrified of him because I was remembering some of the things he did while I was in Corvin. So.
Yeah, he's worse. He's better sometimes. It flips, and you never know what's going to cause it, and it's just... Oh, it's exhausting.
We should call it a night, get rested, because I think the moment any sunlight is in the sky, tomorrow we're gonna fight.
Oh no, not at the moment any sun is in the sky. That's too obvious. Why would you go the moment?
It's gonna still be dark outside.
It's going to be when the sun is up, and they're probably going to do something stupid.
There's windows in this place, Midnight.
Yeah, you want to know what you can do with that? Look.
What?
I'm not saying this is what they could do, but one thing that they could do is, you want to know what you're doing if you have windows?
What are you doing when you have windows?
Kind of like leans back as though like expecting someone to conspiratorial overhear, then leans forward. You're looking out them.
This is true. And yes, Kindle, I also agree with that part that you put in the chat.
Yes.
But
When
yeah,
you said
we,
Which means that
But
the
yeah.
only way that they can sneak in is through a door. Unless they do some weird mumbo jumbo. And if they do some weird mumbo jumbo, kudos to them. But at the same time, fuck, I don't want to think about that. Luckily,
it's
Artie...
also the collective. We have every type of person in the collective.
I know, and that's why I'm trying to think of what they could do. But I'm like, the doors are the best option. It's where they should come from. But I'm glad Artie has snared the windows. Because that's going to catch at least a few of them.
Oh, I'm glad that she did. She's rather smart in that area.
Hey,
But
like I said, go
anyways,
go poke your group.
and she'll kind of like give like the like walk backwards, finger guns going.
Bye.
We'll talk later.
Talk
Bye,
later.
and kind of go find.
Goodbye.
She'll go find the others. She'll kind of walk back over to the training area and kind of walk over to the group going, it's getting late, guys. We might want to at least try to get a few hours of sleep in.
Journey's probably half asleep on Artemis's back. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Artemis has been like buried in her book, and occasionally you would have seen her get up and like do something with Aurelius,
Mm-hmm.
and then go back to reading.
In
Especially-
between, whenever she's doing that, Aurelius is like fucking about with the one-handed greatsword strategies.
Mm-hmm.
But when she hears she's like she kind of looks over at wherever the timekeeper thing is,
Mm-hmm.
and she's like, "Oh wow, it is late. We should get some sleep." And then she kind of nudges Serenity with her foot. We need to go to bed. We need to go to bed.
Actual beds, not sleeping on the floor here in the training room.
Hey, Serenity,
Fine.
side of my temple.
Huh?
Hit me in the
He
side of my
wants you to hit him.
temple.
You're out of your mind.
Yes.
This is not
No.
new news.
Why do you want me to hit you in the... Why do you want me
It's
Fidget
It'll-
will go over to Aurelius, grab both of his arms from behind, and start pulling him backwards away from Serenity.
all right. Why don't you hit me in the side of the head?
Why do you want me to hit you in the temple?
Because it'll
Quickly
knock me
sleep.
the fuck out.
It's so he can sleep. Come on, Aurelius. And she'll, instead of hitting him
Aurelius?
in the side temple, she'll
Aurelius.
literally knee him in the butt.
Hey, I'm pretty sure they have sleeping draughts in the medical tent if you need a way of helping yourself sleep.
We got a lot of shit here that can be very helpful. And
Yes.
she'll knee him again in the butt. Just like, come on, bed.
You could also just cuddle someone.
Not it. And let's go.
Well, he as he's being dragged out of the room, I imagine, like, at this point by his fucking, like, cloak on the
Uh-huh.
ground. He's just pointing at Serenity. Well, you two are gonna have a bed, and I have, what, like a pillow?
We could always
Come on,
push
you-
2 cots together and all 3 of us get into one bed. We
We
put
are not
Serenity in the
doing
middle.
that. That is
She
way
would
too
kick both-
uncomfortable. I have tried
Yeah,
this
I know. She
before.
would. I know, because she would kick both of us off.
She's like more awake now at that.
Fidget
Can I
will,
sleep?
At this point,
Yes, you
Aurelius
do.
is out of the room.
Fidget will just kind of like drop the cloak and like leave Aurelius near like the medical area and go find Maxim so they can get some sleep.
He doesn't even get up. He just lies there. He looks over to the medical area, and I imagine he sees someone in there, and he just does the sup nod, and just goes back to sleep.
Does he actually sleep? Because Artemis will probably drop by the medical area and grab a sleeping draught for him. Because she genuinely thinks he needs help sleeping.
He is trying to sleep.
Okay, yeah, she's gonna drop by the medical area and see if they have a sleeping draught.
See if they have
Aurelius is on the
like,
ground.
if they have that like potion that does the thing. You know the one. It's not alcohol. That's a different one. That's a different kind of potion.
Yes,
Sure.
that's a potion of perceived courage.
Yeah, yeah, she's just gonna go find a sleeping draught for him. Is she able to find one?
Okay, she's able to find one.
Okay, yeah, she'll just bring one back to Aurelius. Kind of make him sit up, drink.
Weird noises. I apologize for nothing. He'll drink it, and then he'll just like flop back down on the ground, but holding his arm, and the movement of his arm is held in a way so that the cup has not moved from where it was.
Artemis will grab like a pillow and a blanket and just like shove it under his head and like cover him. That's the best that's gonna happen right now.
Oh
I
god,
cannot lift him.
I wonder who, like, if who's in the medical room right now, just watching this. They're just like, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Just this like thick glasses to the point you can't see their eyes through it. Just messy hair, doctor-looking person who's like probably on their 5th cup of coffee in the last hour, just slowly sipping it. Just like, the fuck are those up to? Watching slowly, leans back, takes a sip. Ain't my problem.
It goes back to what?
Just take another seat.
But yeah, I assume we all find our resting places, even if Aurelius is on the floor.
Would not be the first time, won't be the last.
No, but preparing for the next night, or the next morning, so we can get ready to end all of this.
Mm-hmm. And Artemis will go and sleep with Serenity.
It takes a bit, but Fidget falls asleep next to Maxim.
Sounds good. All right. And with that, the next day will come into fruition, and I get to explain the map. Because we're going to be running combat a little bit different this time. And part of that will be basically the turn 20 part of the map encounter. Actually, let me just do this first. What? Yeah. And then bring you over to here. Alright, y'all see the map?
I see the map.
It's the map.
Yes.
It's the map. It's the map.
Behold the map.
This is the overview map. This will be where we will come to at turn count 20 to move people around as needed from room to room. That make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, instead of doing it as, okay, turn order, you're this, it's going to be okay, we're on room 1, room 2, room 3, whatever, based off of which one's next in the turn order, and then moving people between them. So if you, like, use your movement while you are in room 1 and you move into room 2, your turn effectively ends until we get to room 2, which are all happening, of course, simultaneously. So once you get into room 2, if there's any new information, any stuff going on, you can finish your movement and then take your action as you normally would. So it will mean that there will be some pauses and stops and such, which will be a little bit going on, which I will have to manage. But I think that it could be, at the very least, interesting. At least I hope so. I put like
It'll be interesting.
I put more thought than effort into these maps. I'm being completely honest. Because the thought was, this could be cool, and then I made it. I'm like, all right. I want it to be just enough that it's not going to overburden everyone looking at it going, why is there 5 other things here? Also, on these maps, there is something that is of note. Do you see the lighter colorings on the top or left-right side of the different pieces?
Me.
I think.
Those are
don't know.
windows.
It's just a lighter color
Yep.
inside of the
Oh,
rooms.
Yep. You see it?
I don't know why I looked in like the genuine corner. Yes, I looked in the genuine
no,
corner of the
it-
map. I'm like, what?
Not in the corner of the map, the corners of the rooms, where you can see the little lighter
Okay, yeah.
color. Yeah, those are windows.
Yeah.
Which is why it was one of the things Midnight said of windows and such. So if you were like, hey, I want to look out the window, you know that there are multiple windows for certain rooms. Actually, for most rooms, they'll have either, I believe it's 3 to 5 windows. So plenty of places to look out and go, okay, where the fuck are they at?
Also, plenty of places to get shot. Don't think I don't notice that.
Oh, pshaw, you'll be in danger. However, the reason for bringing you to this map, I'm actually going to change the music to, actually no, theme's good, is for this specific instance of necessity. What rooms do you want to take? It will be suggested that people taking separate rooms to spread out, because with the Spy's Murmur, you'll be able to communicate as needed.
I would want Fidget in room 2.
Okay, drop
Senor,
yourself
where is the how we say the front door?
front door is not on the map. Do you want to be at front door?
Yes.
Okay. We will basically have you on turn 7 then, watching the front door in case anyone is busting in through there.
I'm just putting my marker there so we can kind of keep track of it.
That is what I was actually going to have you all do. Paris.
Put me in 1.
Serenity.
Man.
Artemis.
Where is it? Where do you want me?
Where do you want to go?
Whichever room you want.
I'm going to 3. In the corner.
Okay. And now for the other good bit. Where do you want your allies to be? This is Maxim, by the way. And this is Velinor, obviously. This is Razor, Silvertongue, Ember, Tank, Midnight. If you guys say just wherever, I will put them just wherever. You may not like where they go.
Can I request Tank with Fidget?
Can I have Midnight?
You know what? Let's have fun. Give me Silver Tongue.
Oh.
Where's it?
Zark, is
Can't
there
hate.
Yep.
Aurelius, can you take Velinor?
I
Or
was
do we want to put
gonna.
Velinor in another room?
I was actually gonna suggest Ember with
Ooh,
Aurelius.
Okay.
That'd be a good one.
So that leaves Razor, Maxim, and Velinor. So they can go in the downstairs floors. Let's see, Maxim in...
That might be a good idea.
Say Maxim... Say Maxim floor 5.
Nothing I love more than enemies working together.
Yep. And Aurelius and Ember, the door is closest to room 6. The front door, that is.
Mm-hmm.
I should have
He's
expected you
guarding
to
my
ask that
room
question.
specifically.
Oh, you're going the
He's guarding my room.
door of 2. Understood.
So, 6 is the front door. Sorry.
The front door to the warehouse.
Yes.
It's near the bottom, near 6.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Or-
then
or here. Yeah.
I'll position myself flanking the door then.
So yeah, this door to 6 is not the warehouse door. This is just one of the 6 rooms where most combat will be taking place.
It's literally down in this area down here.
Yeah, closer to here, but yes, so be like here. So, like,
Give me goons, Don. I want to fucking flip a bitch.
we're getting to that. Don't worry. So Zark is out here.
Look, I've had a stressful day. I want to beat someone's head in.
Yep. And
Okay, look, I'm right here.
No!
So
Beat up! I'm
Also,
not your mommy!
I never said you were.
why'd you go in that direction with that?
That's what Ember's for. No, joking aside, actually no, more joking. I found this.
I gotta use my phone to look at voice chat, otherwise my fucking
DJ
computer decides I have a heart
Midnight.
attack.
DJ Midnight! He's got a side job outside of the collective. He's a DJ.
Midnight has that vibe.
Past him.
He feels like he has that kind of vibe.
He is the life of the party.
Every time, all the time, without fail. So,
Oh, excuse me.
are y'all ready?
Yes.
Ready.
So, for the first bits, before we fully get in, you'll get set up. And we'll actually put your tokens in the appropriate room currently, just to speed it up for you.
Thank you.
No worries. Worry more, actually.
All the worries.
Good.
No worries at all. I have never worried once in my life.
I'm proud of
Says
you.
the man who lost an arm and a leg.
He wasn't worried
An arm
when he
twice.
lost it.
I wasn't even worried when I found out that I couldn't walk.
He needed
This
help.
is true.
He was just like, oh,
I
that's unfortunate.
Anyway,
Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
Excuse me.
Bottom left, I believe I said was Velinor, so I'll put Velinor in here.
Yes. Velinor, Maxim, and then Razor on the right.
Yep. Velinor. What the fuck? What the fuck?
what the hell?
What the hell?
Don't know why it deleted my Max. There's 2 Maxims now!
Oh
my
god, I
g-
can barely handle one.
He did
You're not the one dating him.
he did the
I
jitsu.
know! Meaning I have less of a buffer.
He did the clone jitsu.
Maxim Shadow Clone Jutsu. Just so you are aware as well, I will not be going over every detail happening in rooms that are not with players present.
All right.
Because that I don't want to take away from what you all are doing. So, dawn rises, and for the first good little bit, looking at the windows, you can see there is movement outside. People who are clearly moving to get into position. Some on roofs, some on the ground. At first, it just feels like a random assortment, but after a little bit, no one moves, and there's a sense of a unified front, almost. Preparations. A sense that they are waiting on something. What are you telling Evictus?
Hold on. I gotta find it. That's why I said when you're done describing, so I can look for it.
No. Too late. Tell me. I need to know now.
Okay, so, because I remember that this was something that we discussed 2 weeks ago. Before they had got to rest, Serenity told Evictus they need to mix better for this next match, so he wants to let him out, but she wants to control the way they fight. She's letting him feel more.
He's intrigued by your offer, and he said after a little bit of time he will he's like, give me some time to just quickly think on it. I know he's got the whole getting ready and whatnot. Just give me some time to think on it. But when Dawn approached, he's like, I made my decision. I want to see what you can do. I want to see how this works.
Okay.
For the two of you who are up and able to be not closer to the window, but in the room near enough that you can kind of see out the window, do you want to make perception checks?
I would, yes.
Can I make them from where I am, or do I have to move closer?
You can make yours, but yours would be with disadvantage from the how far back you are.
Okay, I'm going to move closer.
Okay.
Roll.
Is that close enough?
That's close enough.
Cool. I'll do perception.
Serenity sees everything.
Serenity sees through the fourth wall. She sees us playing and rolling digital dice.
She's judging any of you that do not have water.
I have 3
The
things
soda
of
count?
water.
She can judge all the fuck she wants.
Like, I got soda. At least I'm drinking something.
Yep.
I am also drinking soda.
I have Fanta. I have chips. I have a spicy wrap, and I have 6 churros that I'm saving for my partner.
You said spicy wrap, and I'm sad because I remember McDonald's took away the chicken wrap again.
I don't see how that's my problem.
Will fucking come through that screen.
The dice do not like your group today, by the way.
I had a feeling as such.
Midnight rolled a natural 1. Is just like, what do you see? He's trying to not get close to the snares, and he's just like behind a table, just like, what do you see? Not looking at all. Tank is just looking to fidget, just like, eh. And Silvertongue isn't even looking. He's just sitting on one of the tables, just like cleaning his nails.
Of course
I don't
he
know
is.
why I'm shocked.
Serenity and Artemis. The two of you, on the other hand, do note something interesting. There's a number of the people outside who are near, like specifically the ones who are on top of the buildings, who seem to be pulling out something, and they're like pulling out bottles and pouring it over what appear to be shields. Very, very metallic shields. Say probably bronze, from what you can see, maybe brass. They're just pouring stuff over it and just kind of like wiping it down, like making sure that it gets a full coat over it. And watch them do this like 2 or 3 times.
What kind of liquid does it look like?
You're unable to tell from how far away it is. I'd say that with your understanding of how things work, though, there's a slight increase to how reflective it looks. It's either some kind of polish or some kind of oil.
Dawn? Considering her background at that 20, could I be able to tell what it is or no?
It's a polish. It is intended to make it so that a shield would be able to be a very, very reflective and very Very good for one of two reasons with your natural 20. I will give you these both. The first one being to peek around corners without poking your head out. The second one is for a sun's glare.
Blinding!
Yes.
Yep.
And there's a number of them out here who are doing this, preparing for the sun, which is now cresting over. And you can see it slowly beginning to pull itself to where it is reaching them, probably within maybe a few moments.
Serenity smirks and kind of makes this very quiet laugh.
Silvertongue kind of looks at you. I take it we're
Crafty.
going to be having fun then. And he takes the little knife that he was using to clean his nails and kind of just flicks it, and you see it just extend outward in this black liquid that kind of boils out before curling into a double-bladed weapon. A double-bladed scimitar, specifically.
Looks like our rooftop friends are going to be impairing enemy vision. Or at least attempting to.
You've got a way around that, or you just think it's cute?
I think it's cute.
Fair enough.
Aurelius kind of is mumbling to himself. I guess it's a bit late to call upon the moon.
No matter where you go, the sun will always be there. The moon is reflects the sun.
Praise the sun, motherfucker!
Well, basically what I'm saying is he's like, I should have thought about like summoning the moon like great sword.
You still have it, obviously.
Well, he would need to call upon the moon, and it'd be at its strongest power when the moon is up.
In his mind?
Or at least with a divine or whatever it is.
Intervention.
Yeah, that's it.
I'd sense.
Intervention.
That too.
Because he does not keep the Moonlight Greatsword. It fades away.
I never said
So,
that.
oh, you never did? Oh,
Your sword, the one that was given to you by Gadai, is a moon-touched greatsword, and so it is. It always got that faint bit of pulsing light. You just know there's more to it. You just don't know what it is yet.
okay.
I never said it faded away.
Okay. See, I forgot you even gave that to me.
I gave that to you. It is in your possession. It is not faded away. He probably says that, pulls out his sword, sees the glows, and goes, "Oh."
Still a bit late though. He kind of mumbles quiet.
Serenity will like convey this over the
Remember?
yeah.
Upon hearing that, Fidget kind of looks at Tank and just pulls her cloak up over her head, kind of going, "Avoid windows, my big guy."
He takes a scarf and he makes a makeshift hood. Nods to you. Do you move back, Artemis? I'll say you do have time to do that.
Just a bit.
Okay.
Wait, that's... Yeah, that's
yeah.
fine.
Midnight will actually kind of tap the table he's near to get your attention.
Should look back at him.
I'm going to tell you something very important, all right? I need you to trust me on this.
You have my trust.
Good. If I cast magic, understand, it's not real.
It's an illusion.
Got it in one. That'll give you an advantage they shouldn't have. Because you'll see through it before they do.
Alright, thank you.
He gives a nod. pulls out a set of daggers and like, what's taking them so long? Are they? Oh, here's what Serenity said. Looks to you. So they're waiting
Yes, that's what's outside the window.
Huh. So they're waiting on the sun? That's very rude of them. Why don't they just come in? Whatever.
They don't have manners. But if I start casting things, I'll make sure to avoid you. But I have to be honest. Mine is real.
I like that. I like that. That's nice wordplay. I got what you did there.
You're so cute.
Serenity, are you looking out the window still?
She is, but she does use her cloak as a bit of a buffer.
Okay. In which case, you four in room 1 and 2 make me Constitution saving throws at advantage as they turn on the praise the sun motherfucker beam.
At advantage. Con save.
Wait, which ones?
You are far enough back that it doesn't hit you in the eyes. You are not
Thank God for that advantage.
potential of being blinded. Both of you succeed. Let's see if these
Thank you.
boys
Silver?
succeed. Silver succeeds. And Tank, my boy, have a high con save and throw modifier, please.
I think he does.
I know he does. I just don't remember what it is exactly because this character sheet takes forever to load.
Like, he's a barbarian, he better!
He barely succeeds. He had advantage and he rolled low.
I rolled a nat 1 on the other one, so I can't say shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, put it this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
I imagine it's like it's dark and then someone turned the fucking lights on, and he's like, it's not enough where it's disruptive, but it's very jarring.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say shit. Every time my fucking fiance does that, I crawl back underneath the sheets.
I have a quick question before we get going.
Yes.
If Fidget were to turn on her smoldering armor, would the smoke that comes off of it help
Yes.
in any way? Then she's going to see Tank fumble just a bit and pull the string on her armor to have the smoke start billowing out from her as well.
Sounds good to me. All right. As the light blinds you, making you unable to see fully what is going on, you each hear a crash
What?
as the bright light made you unable to see that there were people swinging in to break through the windows.
This is Tarzan bullshit.
I mean, they were doing their best to get the fuck inside, and hey, they're here now. However, that does mean we're going to the start of this bit of initiative with room 1.
Did you see Paris's message?
Can I do something as an action? What action would you like? I did not.
I want to activate Divines. Divinity, whatever the fuck it's called. Divine Soul, I think.
Okay, I'll say you could do that when the light turned on, so you'll still have your action for this turn.
Thank you.
Which means that it is
Come here, boy.
you and Silver who are up first.
Bonus action rage.
Obviously.
He's in the window.
He has come through the window and landed on the floor, like just adjacent to the window.
Okay. Oh, I get it. That's the light. Okay.
Yes, that is the light.
Bum 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 bum. Hold up. Fuck is it? There it is.
16 does hit this guy.
What is my divinity? Yeah, fuck it.
Good first hit. Good first hit.
Do, 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 do.
We let Serenity loose.
She's loose.
Let
For
the
a-
devil
Get
out.
here.
For
Bring the
another.
lion out. Bring the lion
Bring the
out.
lion out.
Bring the
Bring
lion out.
lion out. Bring the lion out.
So on the first hit, you see them take the hit and like push themselves backwards to like try and avoid the brunt of the blow with a uncanny dodge, and then they leaned forward, and you just were like, nah, and you just swung it back around. They just saw it come back and like, oh no, just slammed into, just completely caught flat-foot, unaware of what was about to hit them, like a freight train to their chest.
Damn.
Okay, no. I was making sure that my rage wasn't low. I'm like, oh no. Okay.
All right, which brings us to Silvertongue, who is going to kind of just looks at them for a second, just like, oh, you've arrived. Welcome to my study. You are dreadfully early. Very slowly spinning his weapon. He is going. Let me double check one thing he can do real quick. Got it. Just kind of moves up to this guy, and the guy like lands, looks up, he's just again casually spinning his double-bladed scimitar before he takes it in his hands and is going to take 2 attacks. First attack though is the dangerous one. Plus should be plus. Yep. That is an 18 to hit, so that will hit, and that is 1. Do I have enough d6s? I should.
Oh, that's right, because of being a swashbuckler.
Yeah. Yeah, he still gets sneak attack.
Uh-huh.
That is 10, 15, 14. Plus his weapon. Four, 5, 9. 28 points of damage from him that gets uncanny dodged.
Naturally.
For 14. And second attack. That's cocked. Another hit. 20 unnatural. For another 11 points of damage. And as he starts to kind of spin and make his attacks, there's an interesting bit as he just kind of all of a sudden kind of starts to kind of sing under his breath.
My god.
Just loud enough that you can make out what appears to be some manner of sea shanty. I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here so people can see this better. I apologize. I did not realize how far away it was. Much better. However, we are now moving to room... Actually, no, they are attacking now. It is their turn. So first guy is going to move up. That will miss. He is, 16 will miss. Second person will attack. 18 on the die will hit. That means he gets sneak attack. Uh, 18, which he will uncanny dodge to halved to 9. Which brings us to Perisu. Person on the far left, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Do a full sprint towards the door. This guy over here is going to attempt to help his buddy. 2 attacks against you. You did not reckless, correct?
Correct.
2 on the die means that their bonuses do not matter, and 2 on the die again says their bonuses do not matter as they swing in to stab at you and then realize that you are glowing with wings unfurled. They both kind of pause and step back like, wait a minute, we didn't sign up for this. Wait, hold on a second.
Son of damn the fuck.
Who let this happen? I didn't let this happen. But that is their turn, which brings us to room 2. Fidget and Tank.
Okay, well, Fidget has her long sword out in one hand and her axe in the other.
Mm-hmm.
And is going to... I can't move my token.
Try dropping a new token.
Okay, give me a sec.
Yeah, sometimes they do that.
I can move this one.
Yes.
Okay, so she's going to move up to this one. She's in his area. There we go. Move up to this one and just kind of grin at him, even though it can't really be seen because of the black void and the glowing eyes. And take her attack on him with her sword.
Sounds good.
Y'all know the mascot for the fucking band Disturbed? That's all I can think. Just the black,
And-
like the blackness and the fucking grin.
And I am going to use my inspiration point because fuck that.
Understandable.
Because ow.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
That will hit.
16.
That's much better.
Okay. And do this for 10.
Good swing, good swing.
And she's hitting the one right in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
Then she's going to swing again at him
Uh-huh.
for a nat 20.
Magnificent.
Hey, can we talk about how Fidget and Serenity both rolled the exact same numbers?
Yeah,
16 and
I'm noticing
20.
that too.
They're in 2
Okay.
different rooms. They're still in sync.
And I still got some of the lowest damage I could get on a crit.
Guys, it's my turn on the Xbox.
And
Because you're rolling for
For-
that, what would you like to flavor
Uh-huh.
for the crit? I meant to do this with
Flavor for
Serenity. I'll give it to you next turn. I promise. So,
Fine.
okay, so
explaining real quick.
swing-
Explaining real quick.
oh yeah, go ahead. Mhm.
The reason why I'm asking this is because the options are to roll your damage and get something cool with it, or to take max on one die and then just roll the second.
Okay.
I'll be rolling my damage.
So what she does is she swings like diagonally from the right down to the left with her first one,
Mm-hmm.
and then kind of sweeps her hand up to do it like she's making an X across this person's body.
Gotcha.
And with my bonus action, I am going to use a superiority of quick toss
Okay.
and throw my axe at this one right here.
Throw away.
15.
That flies past their head and just barely misses.
And she kind of catches it and kind of has it in her hand, outstretched, but knowing that he's probably not going to grab it from her.
Of
But
course.
still kind of has it out if he takes it.
Yep. Tank, you just hear him chuckle in that dark, ominous way of him preparing. He takes a deep breath and kind of puts his hands on the table and just exhales, and his face just kind of tightens as he vaults over the table, and he's going to make a contested check as he's going to attempt to use his first attack to shove this man. I'm not
Go
going to
Tank.
roll for the guy.
Go Tank.
He rolled a natural 20. You
Go
know,
Tank.
on a natural
Go
20,
Tank.
on a
Go
natural
Tank.
20, I'm going to say that he shoots in double the distance, and so this guy goes out the window. He just kind of
Go Tank.
pauses just with
Go
this
Tank.
look like,
Go
I was
Tank.
expecting, he kind of like looks at his hands just like, huh. turns to the other one over there who kind of like realizes, wait a minute, where'd my friend go? You just hear the Wilhelm scream of, ah! As the guy just gets kicked out the window, just, He moved 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Yeah. It's just, he runs past both of these guys who just like look at him like, where the fuck is he? He is going to make an opportunity attack against him. That will hit. Not a sneak attack though. For very pitiful halved to 3 damage. 6 halved to 3. As he runs up to the other guy and he's going to attempt to grapple him. With advantage. Alright, versus... Okay. So that guy is squirmy enough that he is not grabbed by Tank. But he is also just within reach that he's going to try and move up to attack Fidget. So 3 attacks at Fidget.
Just to help you, my armor class is 16.
Marvelous. One of those will hit, one of those will miss, and 2 of those will miss. So 1 with sneak attack.
How much did the one hit?
25.
Okay, never mind.
Now I knew what you were gonna do. It would have been great. 18 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
It is not the window.
It is
it
not
the
the wall.
Wall. There's no sweat. We're good.
He has no balls.
Oh, why am I doing it on this? Of course, I can't move him.
You're
over
on the
here.
wrong layer.
I realized. He is going to attempt to attack Tank and fail with a 4 on the die, so he can't reach his armor class. That's 1. Which brings us to Siege Room 3. Shall I scroll down ever so slightly?
Doing that twitchy thing again.
What twitchy thing?
Where it twitches.
Well, then stop twitching.
You turned
Oh.
Twitch to TV.
Who got caught in the
fucking-
snares?
That's actually good point. Let me roll for these guys specifically. Nope, not that guy. That guy. That guy is caught in the snare. Your DC is 16, right?
Yes, my DC is 16.
Okay, then this guy did fail.
In the rope you go.
And that one did fail as well. Not that button, the other button.
This button?
Not.
Yeah, that button.
The other level, Kronk.
Wrong lever.
I will say the snares will go off for the next rounds. I apologize. I should have brought those up first. You were correct. But some of the people in the other rooms will get snared.
Why do we even have that
Pinata!
lever?
Yes. But yes, we have 3 people who are caught in snares.
Last thing you want to be is strung up in front of the barbarian, but unfortunately.
Yep.
It's a pinata.
Yep, you guys are all the way down here. So, what would you like to do? Or would you like to wait for Midnight to do his thing first?
I'd like to see what Midnight does first.
Cool. You see him make some motions, like he kneels down, makes some motions under the table, like he's breathing into his hands for a second, rubs them together and like cups them, stands up and yells, "Smoke bomb!" And he is going to cast Silent Image.
Pass. I love him.
I believe that is a 15-foot. Double check real quick. Because it is a silent image of an object, creature, or other visible phenomenon that is no larger than a 15-foot cube, and he is choosing to make it look like he just threw a smoke bomb at them. He's obscuring
do it.
these 2 people. So for them, they think that it is a obscured area. You, who are told that it is an illusion, see through the illusion and can still see them. As he gives you a thumbs up and goes, "You're up!"
Okay. Let's see. This. Hold on a sec. This guy. Oh, how do I click the thing? How do I make that?
Click and hold if you're trying to highlight somebody.
Gotcha.
That one.
Gotcha.
I want to use Toll of the Dead.
Gotcha. Not high enough at all. 10.
Okay.
Ooh. That's nasty damage.
So he would probably see her looking over at him and raising her hands and just kind of whispering something under her breath. She knows quite a few different languages.
Mm-hmm.
And like a shadow will like come over her face because this is necromancy,
Of course.
by all means. So like there will be like a general air of death around her. And she like cups her hands like she's going to be holding the man's face from across the room to aim it at him.
Right.
But yes,
So you
that is how.
you do that, and there's this faint ticking sound. It seems to kind of reverberate between you and him, and he just kind of slowly holds his head as you can see him just like, ow, oh. Looks over at you, and is that where you're going to stay for your turn?
Yes.
Cool. 20, 25, 30. So he is going to do 15, 20, 25, 30. So he's not going to be able to make it to you without dashing, which he will do. You hear a distinct ka-thump as one of them attempts to move through the smoke screen. And I need to move this to the back so I can actually select the poor fucker who runs into the table. As the other guy clips his hip against the table and ends up right here, and is going to actually move behind here, and actually basically he's going to move this on its side to use as cover. And these three are in the trap.
Excellent.
They are still stuck. One of them is going to swing at you, but that is a 3, so they will miss.
Okay.
All right.
So they're like really close to me now, right?
They're in your face, yes.
Excellent.
Magnificent.
They're making your job so much easier. I love it.
Yep.
I have a spell that I want to use on them.
All right.
Go
So,
Artie. Go Artie. Go Artie.
outside of the 6 rooms, hearing the glass crashing and such, Aurelius. You are not on the map. You are not on a map, but you are still part of this siege. You are just down there. As Ember kind of glanced back, just like, that's supposed to happen, right?
I don't know.
What do you
I'm gonna
mean?
say no.
I would, yeah, if you don't know, then probably no. Okay, who are we helping out? We're helping out Razor. We going to...
Razor's closest, isn't he?
He's close to us, yeah.
Yeah, we should probably... he goes inside.
Gotcha. So, in which case, you are joining room 6. Which means I need to roll some deck saves. That is a natural 1. 2 succeeded, 1 failed horrifically. Artie Snare's just doing Artie Snare things.
Again, go Artie. Go Artie.
Artie just being a menace without even being in the room.
Listen, preparing for things and escaping and trapping people and running while they are trapped is the thing that she does.
Yes. And she does it
She's just doing it while fighting now. And that makes it worse.
Oh, whoa, that's why. That's like, why do you keep duplicating the word window? It's because I copied the word window when I... So, making your way over to room 6. There are a few more people I actually need to roll for. Another person is caught in a snare.
So many people in room 6.
It's a bottom floor, so more people can just jump through rather than swing through.
So I'm imagining we're down here.
Yes. And that means Ember will be coming onto the scene as well. Ember, darling, please join the fray.
Hey, honey, how you doing?
Oh, you know, just about to commit war crimes, as she drags her blade across the back of her neck to proc her flames. Would you like to go first, Aurelius?
Okay. Aurelius has this, like, teasing smile on his face as he walks in the room backwards, and he's like, let's get to it then. And he spins around with a strike aiming at this person's leg.
We'll move in.
Sorry, I'm looking at my sheet more so than the board right now.
You're good. You're supposed to be there.
Huh.
That will miss. You aim for his leg, and he kind of like stumbles just back enough that he's able to avoid it, but he might be set up for another backswing.
I was about to say, as he swings the blade down, Aurelius is going to have it so that the momentum of the blade pushes him forward so he can shove this kind fella here into this kind fella here.
Okay.
With like an elbow charge push, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. Make an unarmed strike.
Unarmed strike. Oh my lord.
All right. So you make the unarmed strike, and he stumbles back a little bit further, and as that happens, you just hear Ember go, "Oh, like this," and you just see her come inside. She follows after you, and she's going to attempt to kind of follow up on your elbow to basically kick him in the chest to finish the job with you.
Yeah.
Natural 1 says no. But a 17 on the die says yes. So she kicks and almost kicks you. She's like, "Oh, sorry." And then she, like, you're right. And she steps down and just shoulder checks him. Boom.
Yep.
I'm actually going to make them make a strength saving throw to see if they are knocked prone. The back guy definitely is. The front guy manages to keep... Actually, no. He has a +0, so he fails. As both of them are knocked on their ass. And she's like, "Hey, I did it! Oh, there's another one."
As that happens, Aurelius is calling out to Razor, "You're up, big man."
You see Razor just kind of like glance back, sees the two of you just come in and just and we're like, "Yeah!" Oh, no. Woo! Yeah! And Razor, he doesn't say anything for a second. He just kind of like looks at the two of you. And then he just kind of slowly just has this grin on his face, just like, "I'm surrounded by idiots. I love it." As he doesn't look to the windows fully. He like glances just for like his eyes to be able to see it. As he holds up his hand, and you see that there is, what is the name? Yeah, as he puts his finger to his mouth, and he just kind of sucks on it for a second before pulling it back so that there is a drop of water on his middle finger. Before he takes his middle finger and his thumb, and he kind of takes it and he flicks it towards the people who are near the windows above and casts Tidal Wave.
Beautiful.
So he's going to get basically all of these guys, I believe. 10 feet wide. So he's not hitting all of them, just the ones not next to the window itself. So these 1, 2, 3, 4 he's hitting. It's just this sudden torrent of water just slams into them, and they have to make saving throws. One of them will succeed and take no damage due to evasion. One of them will fail. 3 of them will fail. One of them with a natural 1. So that means that they will take damage and be knocked prone. So that means, pardon me, stop that. Stop, let me, hey, give it.
Who are you
No.
talking to?
The token.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't like you anymore.
It needs to like me. I created it. Actually, I didn't. I borrowed
No.
the asset. But I created its life.
While you're fixing that up, I'll just quickly say with my bonus action, I will tap Ember on the shoulder and say, "Go get him, girl," and Shield of Faith.
Ooh.
Nice.
Is there any way you want that to look?
So normally it would look unholy, you know, the aesthetic of Aurelius.
Yes.
But this time, there isn't that black undertone to it. It's a kind of white aura.
I like it.
And yeah, that's it.
All right. She used her bonus action. They used theirs. They don't have any need to use any of those. So that brings us back to...
I will say
Siege.
that I will... Oh,
Yep, you will, yes. Do you want to move?
yeah, I was going to move forward a little bit
Gotcha.
so that I'm in a solid position for if Ember's attacked to
Of course.
have my sentinel ready.
Gotcha. So you move up there. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So back to the siege map. Only people who have really moved is we can move Ember and Aurelius into the room. They don't need to be exact. We're doing this just so we remember who's in what room. Who's on first.
What's on second?
Exactly.
And if that's the case, I'll put it next to...
Yeah, you can put yourself up there. No worries. I'll put Ember next to you so we know the 3 of you are in room 6. We will go back to siege room 1 with Paris. Hey, we got more goons who need to make saving throws, don't we? Let's see if we have
Yes.
a person stuck in a... So the ones in front of Silvertongue are fine. However,
Paris has a pinata. Serenity has a pinata.
have at it. It's your turn, Paris. Oops, let me scoot up a little.
Lane game whack fuck. See how this goes. Whack!
Fuck! With advantage, don't forget, because they are restrained by the
That's
snare.
right.
So yeah, 21's better.
I'll take that 21. Jesus.
Oh.
They will uncanny dodge to try and not take all of that.
Just
Where's the
wiggling
door
on the rope.
lead? Where is that? Like, what room does the door lead that he's very clearly running for?
The door leads into the hallway, which can then go to room 2 or downstairs to room 4. It can basically the door leads to a hallway that can go to door 2 or 3, or downstairs to room 4, 6, 5, wherever.
Hang on. Excellent.
There will be attacks of opportunity, but I presume you don't care.
I do not.
Neither of them hit you.
I'm gonna use my other action to grapple him.
Make
or other attack.
go ahead. They might have a chance of escaping that. Not with a 3, they don't.
And just where you're going.
Away?
The
No, you're
voice.
not.
I'm dead.
Please don't break my arm.
No. It'll be more than your arm. Silva!
Yeah?
I wanna... Can I turn?
Yeah?
And just basically move him in front of me? Yeah!
Like that?
Yeah.
Just kind of whip him around. He's like, yeah! And you're basically telling him
We
to
have
hit him.
someone with rude manners who thought they could leave the dance early.
Well, how about that? Let me see here real quick.
Licking my cords, cat!
No, he'll bonus action, just disengage and just walk away. just disengages and just walks up, and the two guys are just like, wait, we're in the middle of... Hello?
We're being ignored.
And he's going to attack the one that you're holding. 20 unnaturally will hit. This guy has not been hit yet, so he still has an uncanny dodge. It might save him. Where's my other dice? Oh, it'll save him for sure. He has taken no damage. He needs it. That's 10. 27 halved to 13 on the first slash. And then second slash, that will hit for 8 points of damage. Ow! Ow! Come on! I just want the money! Why do you have to stab me? Because you're pathetic and whiny. Up at the top, this guy is going to help this guy get out of the snare, or he's going to attempt to. Yes, he does. So that is their turn. This guy up here is going to motion to the other guy to check the door, while he is going to be like, now you hold on a second here, mister. I was in the middle of being attacking by you, and I'm going to be continuing to do that. He's going to stab Silver in the back with a knife. That's actually a short sword. Don't look
Rude.
at me. For 22 halved to 11, as he hears them kind of walk up, and he just kind of glances back at them, gets stabbed, just kind of like shifts slightly and leans towards them like, I'll get to you in a moment. I'm busy. And the guy's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? While the guy up here I'm going to move him to the GM layer, as he is moving into room 2. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
That is your guys' turn, which brings us to Siege Room 2.
Do we have anyone that in front of Fidget that needs to take a dex save?
They need to make the dex save. The dexterity of saves. They... You know what?
You have pinatas?
Oh, wow. Honestly, I think all of them kind of deserved that. As all 3 of them
Yikers!
failed, as you hear a... Whoa! He's going to move in when it is the enemy's turn, but they move after you all, which means, Fidget, you are first up.
Okay, so I have pinatas in front of me. And let's see here. First
With
swing
advantage.
will be against this one here
Uh-huh.
in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And you said with advantage.
They are currently restrained.
18.
That'll hit.
For 11.
All right.
Then the one in this corner for her second swing.
Gotcha. That'll still
For
hit.
another 18. I didn't even advantage that one. Should I do it again just to see if I get a nat?
Just to see if you get a nat.
I do not. It is worse.
It's good to burn that one. So the 18 will still hit.
Okay, roll this. For 7.
Gotcha.
And then what I'm going to do
Mm-hmm.
is I will take the attacks of opportunity as I move Fidget back just a little bit.
All right. Miss. Miss. Miss.
Okay. And with her axe, she's throwing it at the one in the middle. With another crit toss.
Throw it away.
For 19.
That'll hit.
Max damage.
Fuck yeah.
And she's kind of catches it. Kind of catches it. Kind of like, come on, Tank, let's have some fun, big guy. It's like old times.
He grins and he grabs the guy in front of him. Let me see if he does not succeed. And he just drags him over to the window as the other guy comes in. He's like, wait, hold on. And just, like, let's see if he can throw him out the window. Oh, this guy's going to have a hard time. Oh, that's a 3 on the die as... Just take just one hand and just yeet. Walks back over and then he pauses, just looks over to the new guy in the room. The new guy in the room looks at him, like looks over, sees you, and like looks over at Tank. Risk it. So Tank will be moving to follow him, but he has no more attacks as this guy is going to attempt to stab you. That will actually hit. He has no sneak attack though.
Well, how much does he hit by?
18 to hit.
I'm going to parry.
All right.
I just need to roll a 2.
Yep.
Let's make that an 11. And he misses.
So you just he slides in to slam into you, and you more use the pommel to basically slam into like the middle point in his arm bones to just knock him away. He's like, oh fuck, ow, ow, I'm in a bad place. As the 3 other guys will all try to escape their snare. That's a nat 1 and a 5. 2 of them are still staying in this, and that is not even a 15. They are stuck in their snares currently. They have high dex saves. They really do, I swear. It's just... No.
I'm better.
At the
Yeah,
moment,
I'm
you are.
better.
I'm better.
I love... But yeah, the one that she parries, she kind of like, with her hand up, she kind of like forces his hand down and like leans in with the, just the smoke billowing out and the red eyes going, you picked the wrong person to come after.
But money!
I don't give a fuck about money.
Oh no. That'll bring us to room... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say that's it.
Room 3.
I've done my bonus.
Share, you little shit.
Artie,
Yes.
you get to be gremlin energy. What kind of gremlin energy are you exuding?
Okay, first question.
Yes.
Does Midnight look like he's going to attack?
He does look like he's going to attack.
Excellent. I'm going to pull out a licorice root from my pocket, twist it around my hand, and look over at Midnight, and give him this a wide, impish grin.
Yeah.
You ready to go fast? She kind of flicks her hand at him, and she's gonna cast haste at him as she's taking a couple steps back.
He takes a moment as he all of a sudden starts like vibrating slightly. He looks at his hands for a couple seconds.
I can't move it.
Holds
I can't move it.
Your character?
I can't move my token.
Drag and drop a new token
do it.
on, and we'll just swap it into the place of the old the other one. Yep. So.
There she is. She's moved back.
All right. So attack of opportunity. AC of 16, I believe you have.
I think it's 14. Hold on a sec, let me check. Yes, 16 is my spell save.
Right.
Oh, my armor class is also 16.
Hey, I
Okay,
was
yeah.
right. They do match a 16.
Okay.
No sneak attack, only attack. For 7 points of piercing damage.
Okie dokie.
As you watch this, he just kind of looks between his hands, just like, oh. And then you see him reach into a pocket and pull out a small vial, spin his dagger in place, and just kind of smear it across the edge of the blade as his bonus action. For his action, he's going to be like, I don't think I enjoy what you're doing here. Let's just... And he flicks his hand forward, and he's going to actually... He chuckles as he does this. He's like, you'll recognize this. As he is going to cast Ray of Sickness. That will hit. And do they succeed the con save? No. Alright, for 10 points of poison damage to your enemy. He does not know what you did. He's going to uncanny dodge the Ray of Sickness, thinking that is his biggest worry. And all of a sudden, he has a new worry, suddenly. As he is going to attempt to stab him with the extra attack you gave him. This motherfucker would have loved to have that on a sneak attack, but it's a natural 20. And he was going to be adding 2d8 poison damage to that. So, ooh. 42 points of damage to this guy as he just moves in, and just he's not standing anymore. And just and
Came back at the perfect time.
looks back to you, just like, oh, I like this. Ooh, this is kind of. He's just spinning the dagger in his hands, like, ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. Ooh,
Handy.
hey, very handy. Oh, I like this. Spinning the dagger. Looks over as
Can't wait for the paralysis to...
it'll come eventually. Does this guy find his way out? Oh, that's cocked. You just hear, what the fuck? As this guy finally makes his way out where he can see, and he's going to attempt to shoot.
the glass.
No. He fires, and you just see Midnight just kind of lean back ever so slightly, just it's like, excuse me, rude, I'm in the middle of admiring, oh, hi, as the guy behind cover is going to fire as well. That will hit for 9 points of piercing damage. As he gets shot, he just kind of looks down at himself, looks back up, and then is just like, rude! This is tailored!
How dare he?
The other three have to make dex saves to get out. That's not getting out. That's getting out. That is also getting out. 2 of them get out. 1 of them is still stuck in the air, cursing. You've heard people curse before. This guy is honestly, like, not even mid. Which brings us from your turn over to Aurelius. Aurelius, Razor, and Ember. So you have 2 knocked over enemies and 1 restrained enemy. What would you like to do?
Aurelius will turn around and looking back at Ember, just smile and go, "You got those 2, surely." As he turns back around again and goes to cut off this guy's hands.
You really like hands. Stop it.
Sam,
Well,
Session was taking people's hands.
it's the best way to disarm an opponent, by literally
fair.
disarming them.
Fair.
Make an attack roll. If you get a natural 20, I'll say you can sever their hand.
Oh my god. I'm re-rolling.
I was
Okay.
gonna say you have the 1 inspiration point.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. It's not nat 20, but
It'll hit.
the goal is to disarm the opponent, really.
Literally.
So I'll need to do damage. Probably.
If you're trying to like remove their weapon, it would be a saving throw on their part. However, if you're just doing damage, just roll damage. You're basically just hacking it off, or attempting to hack at them to hack it off.
Basically, I'm aiming at their wrist so that they either drop their weapon or like risk dismemberment. So either way,
roll damage first. And
yeah.
and on the next attack, I'll say that will help or hinder the DC. 15 damage will help. They were uncanny dodge that and take 7 because ow, that hurts. Second attack.
Second attack, he's going to do one-handed. So I'm rolling with disadvantage.
Yep.
The idea being that he's using where the sword is at the moment as an anchor for him to sort of acrobatically run towards the guy, lift it out of the ground as an anchor, and do a topwards arc down to them. So even if it misses, it will slam the ground and disorient his landing. That's a bit much for D&D, but it's the visual that counts.
It's more for the visual. I get it.
Yeah.
With disadvantage,
My
that's
brain is
still a
too
19.
Okay.
That will
Take
hit.
his legs.
Do you want to do damage, or do you want to try and make him? Oh, yeah, that'll hurt. That'll. Ow.
Ow.
I want to roll a d10 real quick.
You're trying to determine whether or not he's going to get Aurelius or not.
Aurelius. Fucking goddammit.
Hand is off. Unfortunately, he has another weapon in his other hand. But yeah, no, that you just shoomp, and he certainly wasn't expecting that. But then again, he knew he was in for a fight, and he's trying to bite his teeth and bear it. But it's clear that you actually, I want to roll his con save, see if he's stunned for a second. Yeah, he's stunned at least for one round. Because his hand was just taken off. He's just like, whoa. Meanwhile, you just hear
Hit Ember.
as Ember is going to have her moment to do stuff. Let me see real quick. She does a lot of ranged stuff. What is about her close combat? Is she a 2-weapon fighter or not? Yeah, she is
If
a
not,
2-weapon
I
fighter.
was gonna say.
Oh, that's unfortunate for them. As she will use bonus action to light up the other. Look at the one in the restraints and just go, "Don't worry, I'll come back for you." Look at the one on the ground and just go, here we go. That will hit. That is a 27. for 12 points of damage. That will also hit. For maximum damage, 18. 6 plus 18 is 24. And third attack, that is a d10. Where's my d20? That will also hit for 10 points of damage. As the guy, this poor guy on the ground, still laying there, just getting beaten up, and just looking up, just like, what'd I do? Of course, he knows what he did. Granted, that brings us to Razor's turn. Razor.
Aurelius will probably look behind him and just kind of nod his head over to these two here. Just a silent communication.
Of course.
He can probably pick up what he's putting down.
Of course. And as he's going to move over, he just kind of looks over to the one you disarmed and go, a little bit much, don't you think?
Well, he isn't going to be able to attack us anymore.
No. But you should have gone for the head. Sorry, you should have gone for the head. He's going to turn around and just kind of, like, you as he turns, you see his hand all of a sudden light up with a very Artemis for a moment, as you're like, hey, I've seen that one before, as he knocks aside the guy's hand and slams his hand into the guy's chest as he casts Shocking Grasp. That is a D10. I want a D8, please. There it is.
Spider-Man pointing meme.
For 16 points of damage. Not 16, 18. 18, and they uncanny dodge for 9. And as they do so, he kind of takes a half step back as though he's done, pulls out his rapier, and takes a stab at him. That is an unnatural 20 to hit. If you know, you know. For 9 points of piercing damage. And that is his turn, which brings us to these boys getting up. Oh, not that. So that is half their movement. That's still enough for them to start moving in. Or they're going to move this way and drag the table. Not there, here. And start using it to fire from behind, as they're going to make an attack at Razor and Aurelius. We're currently over there. 26 should hit Aurelius.
Yeah, pretty much certainly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they did have
Only
to
theoretically.
Yeah. They did have to move, so they didn't get advantage, so they only deal 9 points of piercing damage.
Alright.
Second wave of attacks.
I will also need to roll charisma save to con save for concentration.
Yes.
I think that's
success.
fine.
Yes. It's a 10 or half the damage, whichever is higher. And so you are fine.
Yeah.
Second shots, Razor gets clipped for 10. You are shot at 14.
That just hits.
5 points of piercing damage. Guy who got stabbed and shocked is going to attempt to stab back and is going to be successful. He does not have... Actually, no, he could take it. He could have had advantage. He was just stupid. Because I was stupid. So he only deals 8 points of piercing damage. And they kind of going to bonus action, disengage, and back away. And his friend is going to actually be smart and use steady aim to get advantage to attempt to shoot. And miss with a 14.
Is he missing Aurelius or?
Razor.
Razor. All right.
Guys at the bottom are going to stand up in front of Ember. And Ember has the shield up. So he's actually going to move over to attack Aurelius. No, that is not going to hit you with an 8.
Can I add something for flavor?
Sure.
He actually cuts Aurelius's hood. So Aurelius is like, God fucking damn it. And he tears the hood off.
Fair enough, fair enough. Interesting way for a change of wardrobe. A 25 will hit Ember for 10 points of piercing damage. As she kind of looks at her like, rude, as the other guy is going to try and get out of the snare. And that he will do that. Yes. Which brings us back to the siege map. Everyone is still in the same rooms. No one has moved. We are still good, which brings us back to Perisu. Hey girl, I heard you like to beat people half to death and then the rest of the way.
That's this guy looking that I have a hold of.
How is he looking?
Yeah.
Not great. He took a significant chunk of damage.
Shame that.
You're going to give him more?
No.
No.
I'm going to actually let go of him.
Oh.
And she will... I don't want to use these words, but it's the exact word that I'm going to use. Basically, saunter past him. I'll leave. Look to the guy who aimed at Silvertongue.
Yep.
I really think that you should have minded your own business.
I think you should mind your own business, ma'am. I'm in the middle of something.
Right for the face.
Go for it. Another 19. Goodness.
Hun.
For so much damage, too.
That's great. Second attack.
Yep.
That will miss.
Fucking everyone else is. Can I use my inspiration?
Yes.
Unfortunate.
It do happen.
Ow.
Hmm?
No, I said, oh well.
Oh well. Still, that's good. Before Silvertongue acts, this guy spits some blood off to the side from your hit and kind of takes his hands and claps them together, and I need you to make a con save. The other guy behind Silvertongue is like, wait! You succeed. All of you succeed. And he deals 16 halved to 8 thunder damage. As he cast Thunder Wave.
So he just kind of... I hate the way... I almost said crunches. Pops her neck. Aw, ain't that cute, Silvertongue? He's trying to use magic. Fortunately, that didn't hit hard enough.
And as you say that, there's this moment as you're like, all right, we've got this tempo, we got this vibe. And Silvertongue, his expression drops. And he suddenly has this shift in his expression as he gets this kind of wild, wide-eyed look. And he kind of just reaches over and just kind of gently pats you on the shoulder, like, I've got business to attend to. I'll be right back. Hey.
What?
Oh yeah, his voice completely changes. And this man just 10, 15, 20, 25. And this man just leaves the room. Just walks away.
Looks at where he went.
Huh?
Surprise to all of you. That's his real voice. Ha 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 ha.
Don't worry about it.
Good.
2 attacks against him as he leaves. Both miss. As he just walks away. I will say, there's one other thing though. 2 rooms over. Artie.
Yes.
You suddenly hear muttering from your clock. And there's this sound, sonorous, like an orchestra that sounds like something akin to a collapsing building. It's not a sound. It's like listening and hearing faintly magic vibrating through the air suddenly. And you can see threads of magic in front of your face that just kind of like doing its normal thing, and then there's this other undertone that's just twisted. But from your clock, you hear almost as though their hands are over their ears through grit teeth. Let go of what? What are you... Who keeps saying that? Let go of what? Let go of what?
Can I detect where that magic is coming from using one of the spells from that spell book?
It's not your turn yet.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know of this so that I don't forget, because that is something that happens as soon as that thunder wave went off. Because it wasn't the thunder wave. The other 2 people up above are going to use their turn flipping this table and making it into cover. This guy already thunder waved, and the other guy just kind of stands there like, can I go? I just need to go. I'm looking to get money. I'm just broke. I'm poor. I just need to get money. Can I leave?
Good lord.
And that's what a lot of these people are thinking. They're just like, we're just here for the money. I don't care how we get it. We're just looking for money. However, in room 2, we'll start with Fidget and Tank's turn.
Okay, so the one right next to Fidget, who she blocked, she's going to push his hand off of her and swing twice with her long sword at him.
Gotcha.
21.
21 will hit. You're hitting with a 21.
For 10.
Nice, nice.
And then second attack for a 10, so she misses.
10 does miss.
And finally, to the one in the middle over here.
Gotcha.
She's just kind of get frustrated, going, "Ah, damn it!" and just throw her axe at him.
Magnificent.
For 16.
That'll hit.
That wasn't it with advantage. He's still hung up, so hold on.
Yep, just in case. Still 16,
Nope,
that hits.
double 16.
The fact that they're all still strung up is hilarious to me.
For 9, and she grabs the axe after it comes back to her.
Of course. Meanwhile, Tank is going to be grateful he's raging and still roll 2 natural ones against a 2, which means he succeeds.
Oh, Tank.
However, there's going to be consequences to this as he going to drag this guy. Oh, I'd like to grab both of you, please. Thank you. Go to the window. And as he's going to push the man out, which he succeeds on because of double natural ones, as he does so, the man grabs hold of Tank, and Tank is currently holding onto the windowsill, and outside. He's currently outside of the room. This guy is.
Oh, so he's just
Good
kind of
lord.
dangling?
He's just dangling.
Tank.
It's like, "Ugh!
All I can think is,
Beat!
all I can think is help. I'm not good with heights.
He's the one that does pogo.
Yeah, he's the one who does pogo. I want to say he's currently in a state of broken block, as it were.
Okay.
State of
He does
duress.
pogo. Usually there's something underneath him.
Yes, there's something still underneath him that he could technically pogo off of, but he's trying to get back up is the problem. And there is slightly another problem. As he does not see this, he does not hear this.
Silver has joined me.
As he just walks on over.
Now, I think we best be making our way out of here. This is quite unpleasant to be seen.
As he tries to wrap an arm around you and escort you out of the room. As the three guys are struggling, guys stop struggling, kind of look to each other like, hold on a second. We're not part of this anymore. This feels something changed.
Fidget is going to try to wiggle free of his arm.
He didn't have an action to... Actually, no, he did have an action. Make
He
a
did.
athletics or acrobatics check against his attempt to grapple you.
Athletics. 17.
You do just barely keep his arms off you. As he looks at you, he's like,
Now, don't be rude in front of the guests. We've got places to be.
We're kind of in the middle of something.
That's why I'm saying we're leaving.
and you can see
No.
that you can see his eyes. You know when like manga or anime have like a person who's crazy and you can see like that crazy swirl to it? He's got the crazy
lovely.
swirl, yeah.
Fidget just kind of, nope.
Doesn't he has a reaction? Is he going to use it?
If you want to, go
Absolutely.
ahead, but
That does not beat you, but he slashes at you. He's like, hey!
with his sword?
With his sword, yeah. And as you can see, he's twitchy, and he's not looking at you. You realize at no point is he looking at you. He's looking almost as though he's like distant. He's not here.
She'll just kind of snap her fingers at him, kind of like, Silver.
And he tilts his head. He tilts it like to the point that like you hear a pop in the neck, and then he snaps it to the other side, just like.
We're gonna be having words if you keep up with that.
But I'll say we'll end on that and move
Yeah.
over to room 3. Artie, you do not hear the commotion in the other room because that is normal commotion of Fidget and Tank fighting currently. You still have people shooting at you in this room. What would you like to do?
Okay, let me see. I would like to use my arm to shoot at someone.
Fuck yeah, do it.
I just look up just in time to see my cat staring at me, like with his pupils dilated.
That was a 23 hit that one guy.
Which one guy? That one guy? Oh yeah, that'll fucking hit him despite the fact that he's behind basically 3/4 cover. He has a +5 to his AC. You still hit him. As you do so, before you do that, I would like to ask you a question, Artemis.
Yes?
As you're using your weapon, there's this sudden pull, sudden moment as you can see bits of your arm, the moon-touched parts. Because you had your arm moon-touched, after all.
Mm-hmm.
And a question comes to your mind. Very simple. Are you still seeking to expand your understanding?
Yes.
Very resolute, very immediate. You feel your arm does what it's supposed to do. It's the normal arm, but you can see that there's a pulse. And you remember from last night as there was a bit of shock as you see part of your arm glows for a moment. A mote appears. A charge. Would you like to use that now or later? You have not yet identified it. But you can use it.
Can I hold on to it?
You can hold on to it. You do not have to use it right now.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on to it.
Okay. Roll damage. For 8 piercing damage as it fires and just hits him and he's like, ow, son of a... I got a table! This table's always working these. Ow! You want to stay where you are?
Let me see, where am I? Yeah. I going to move right there.
Alright. As you do so, Midnight nods quickly and is like, you're right, that's a good idea. And he's going to grab the table and flip it and motion for you to take a knee so you can take the 3/4 cover advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And then with his movement, he's going to go 5, 10, 15, no, not 5, 10. 5, 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. Just kind of moves around, just like, oh, I didn't engage this at all. As he just he's just spinning the dagger still. And uses his extra action to then go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 into his own smoke cloud. And you just see him haul off and just throw the dagger into the guy. Actually, no, he doesn't, because he used his action. He cannot do that. He uses his bonus action, though, to coat the knife in a new solution of poison. Because the smoke, the guy did not see Midnight come, but he saw him like run off around, so he knows he's in the general area. He fires towards where Midnight is. Midnight just kind of steps off to the side and just shoo, fires, hits into the wall just with his. Other guy here is going to move up. He's going to flip this to make it cover, and this guy here is going to 5, 10, 15 join him and be like, "You fire off into there? Nah, I got this. You do it." He's going to fire off. That will actually hit Midnight with a 19 on the die. For 10 points of piercing damage. As he just kind of like gets it, he's like, oh. Ow. Still stuck in the snare up top. And the other guy, seeing Midnight run into his cloud, is going to take a shot at him and miss. As the guy in the snare just sees an arrow fly out the window near, is like, "Hey, I'm on your side." That will end their turn, which ends Siege 3's turn, which brings us to Siege 6. Siege Room 6, which is Aurelius and Razor and Ember. Aurelius, we're back to you, my boy.
Oh. So.
Big surprise.
Oh. This guy here just attacked me?
Yes.
Okay. This guy here is no longer gonna be attacking me.
Alright.
Boom. He's not attacking me.
he's not. No. First that will miss. Yes.
Yeah. I'll figure out how it looks after all this.
Gotcha. Second attack, see how it looks. That will also miss.
Shit. And that's all I can really do.
Gotcha.
So basically, what's happened is he swung at the guy to kind of push him away from himself.
Mm-hmm.
And like the first strike was an attack, but the second one's more to get distance off him so he can pull this crossbow bolt out of his body.
Gotcha.
And he pulls it out and throws it to the floor. And he stares at the guy. The people with him wouldn't know what he's thinking about doing.
They shouldn't.
But it's no, as in like his allies.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm gonna describe it anyway to kind of show some development.
Mm-hmm.
He takes a step forward to do the whole intimidating walk thing. And then he stops himself. Because behind him is Razor.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of falling for his impulses yet again to inevitably be shot to death, he steps back behind Razor, basically covering his flanks. And that'll be it because Sentinel will be up.
Yep. Guy will make an opportunity attack against you. That's cocked. Natural 1 will miss. Then you just hear, excuse me, pardon me, coming through as you just see Ember swing with a 16, 17, and 16 again. After the third hit, she's through them. She will be taking an opportunity attack. That'll miss. She just like walks up. She's like, "Excuse me, you're in my way. Pardon me. Excuse me again." Just like saunters around and like, "Pardon me. Excuse me, thank you." The guy's just looking at her like, "What the fuck? What is wrong with you?" A lot of things, but don't ask that today. Guy next to Aurelius is getting a face full of shocking grasp. For
Hasty.
12 points of lightning damage, halved to 6. And then a sword swing, sword swing, rapier, over 20 for 6 points of piercing damage, which means that he is also down.
Beautiful.
First volley! One will hit Razor for 6 points of piercing damage. The other one flies past your head with a 9 to hit you. Didn't roll really good at all. A natural 1 to hit you. Another one hits Razor, though, for 7 points of damage.
Okay. None of them are really getting close enough for Sentinel. That's fine. The thought is still there.
Yes. These two here are going to use bonus action to get advantage. And miss. 4 and 5 on the dice. Do not add up high enough. Second one is going to crit Razor. Shit rolls. For 12 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And then one is going to swing at Ember. Natural 20 on her. .22 points of piercing damage to Ember.
Good.
Alright, and that is... Oh, wait. Guy's still tied up. He's no longer tied up. He's free! Alright. So,
Aurelius is going to don't go back, but like with the group around him, he's just basically gonna gesture towards the people who've made cover, and it's like, that's not a bad idea.
No, it's not.
He gestures over to another table nearby.
Yeah.
That'll do.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. So Perisu.
It's a free action to talk, right?
It's a free action to talk.
So, into the spy's murmur, I don't know what happened with Silvertongue, but currently he has run out of the room with the weirdest accent I've ever heard.
Speaking of free
You
actions... Yep, go ahead.
I'm gonna say you hear radio silence from Fidget.
Yeah.
He ran into the room with Fidget in it, as far as I'm aware.
Aurelius will chip in and say, go look into it. We need to, we're dealing with downstairs right now. It's pretty crowded. Ah,
On it.
Fuck!
Paris, as you're about to run in, you hear as three much larger, more brute-like foes land from the windows.
Got to be kidding me.
Hello there. You look like you're a good fight. You want to tussle?
I'll deal with you later.
No, you deal with me.
I'm gonna head
now.
to the next room.
As you attempt to do so, they're going to make an opportunity attack against you as you realize the one near you is a bugbear.
Oh.
Actually, no, they're going to attempt to grapple you. They want to fight you. So, roll a contesting athletics/acrobatics against them. Okay. They got a 24. So as you're attempting to leave, they reach out and just grab you. And it feels like it's too far away to do that until you see that they are, in fact, a bugbear underneath their hood. This large, imposing mass of a figure.
Fine. Can I swing at the arm since I can't exactly,
I'll allow it, yeah.
hit him right now?
He's holding on to you. You can swing at the arm. I'll say, despite the fact you have 0 movement speed, I'd say that makes perfect sense. That hits.
Let go!
Nice, nice. He does not dodge in the way of a normal rogue entity. You see him take the hit and just kind of like,
Yeah, do that again.
Unfortunate.
that hits.
Oh! So, into this wise rumor, we got bigger people up here that actually has me fucking held up.
Deal with it.
Working on it!
He is going to... Now, I don't want to move the room. I just want to move them. Map layer with you. 5, 10, 15. Just be like,
Hey guys, she's a fighter. She hurts.
one the other goes, oh, is she? 5, 10, 15. And as these guys come in, the other guys back away and have their hands up slightly, like, we don't want any part of this anymore. These two here actually will, not that way, move back here, and kind of like, as they're moving, they will actually take their table that they were going to use as cover and kind of drag and just kind of flip it up and hide behind it, just like, we're not part of the bloodbath. Nope, just duck and cover. These two here will attack at you. They're making unarmed strikes. No. Also no. It's the same fucking number.
God.
You got the fucking mark of the beast. There were 3 6s rolled against you. And then a 3.
I do have a devil in me.
I was
so
about to say,
It's
the mark of
in right
Invictus.
there. Invictus. His mark. Well,
I do have to.
Yep.
So. Oh, it is when I'm attacked. They don't have to damage
Nope.
me. Awesome.
You have one
know
reaction.
What we're
don't forget.
doing.
I know what you're doing. It's one attack, obviously. So which one are you doing? The one who has you grappled, or the one who is his friend?
The one who has me grappled.
I will mark him so you know which one is grappling you currently. He is grappling you. Roll to hit.
I'm pretty sure 12 misses.
A 12? A 12 does miss. That is this room, and I would like to ask you real quick, would you like to start next session in room 2, or would you like to finish the round? Because I do know that it is late.
I myself would like to at least finish what's going on with Fidget, but if everyone wants to end it, I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with keeping going, honestly, but that's
going.
up to the rest of y'all.
Keep going.
I'm down to keep going.
Kendall?
I'm down.
All right. Then we are.
Let's go!
Then we're in room 2.
So he just basically told.
If I,
Oh, good.
sorry, if I do start getting grumpy, I am sorry.
No
Understandable.
worries. So he basically kind of threatened her that if she keeps acting like this, there's going to be problems.
Yep.
She holds her sword up in a fight stance, going, then we're gonna have problems.
Kind of like leans forward very slightly, then leans back slowly. And again, it's unhinged and uncanny how he's always looked at you. It's like he doesn't seem to fully see you in front of him. He's looking where you are, but he's not looking at you. It's some of the most disconcerting you've seen him be in a long time. And
She falters just a little bit in her stance, but
Yeah.
only her face, which is covered, would show the fear.
Mm-hmm. And he just kind of spins the blade for a second, and then he doubles over, not fully like going down, but like bending his knee, just coughs for a moment as this black liquid comes down his face and drops onto the ground before it seems to pool rapidly and spin around before whipping up into a tendril as he leans back, almost as though nothing happened, and makes a tentacle of the deep attack at you.
Okay. Again,
Yep.
16.
That will hit you.
Okay.
That is a unnatural 20 to hit you.
Okay.
It is an attack roll if you want to parry it.
I'm going to. I was just having a moment of,
What did he just do? Yeah, he just vomited a tentacle at you. That will
not
block
gonna
it
happen.
as it
And
as
she'll
it
just
swings
kinda
over.
like-
Yeah.
Stop it! Just like, Silver, no!
No!
And
Stop!
the way he steps up to you, it's clear it's like he's walking like he's on the boat of a ship, on the deck of a ship, and you realize that's where his mind is currently. He thinks he's on a boat, and he's walking like it. It doesn't impede his movements at all, but there's a clear... He's not here. He is on the ocean. He's on a ship somewhere. He's not here. As he is going to make 2 attacks against you.
Okay.
21.
And I've already used... That'll hit. I already used my reaction.
Yep.
It doesn't increase your AC for the turn?
No.
Nope.
Damn.
That'd be nice. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I know some of the things that do that are always like, you will have this for until the end of your turn type thing.
Of course.
How badly does he hit me?
That wheeze.
36.
Oh!
What's the damage?
That's the damage, yeah.
Okay, so for the first time ever since Serenity said something, over the spy's murmur, you actually hear, for the first time, all of you would hear ever, just a scream of pain come from Fidget.
Second attack is a 24
Yep.
for an additional plus 12 points of damage. And
Okay.
blood gushing out of you as you've been slashed into. Taking a step back, getting ready to run, retaliate, whatever comes to your mind. Two things happen.
Uh-huh.
The first,
There she is.
I don't know what just happened.
No worries.
we lost Paris.
No, Kendall dropped
Oh.
and then came back in.
We're glad you're with us. Stay with us. We love you.
So you said
Imagine
two
you use a
things?
guinea pig on her shoulder.
So two things happen.
First, a familiar voice comes to you.
Mm-hmm.
Third question.
Okay.
Do you want to win?
Yes.
Will you let me help you?
Did you hear me say that?
I said yes after that, and that was about it.
I also asked, would you let me help you?
I didn't. And I said yes to that as
Yeah,
well.
I didn't hear you yes. So yes. Potentially. We're all taking levels in Warlock. Not all of us.
I'm full barbarian, baby.
Yep. The second thing.
Yeah, my microphone didn't pick up the second. Yeah, sorry about that.
You're fine. So we're going to get to that in a second. The second thing, though, is as the blood drips out and goes down your arm, you realize none of it's pooling at your feet. It's been pooled down your arm, across your blade, which is glowing vibrantly currently. For the duration of this little encounter, I want you to add 24 temporary hit points.
Okay.
And
Added.
And a d6 to... Actually, no, 2d6 to all of your weapon attacks.
Okay.
The damage
And she hasn't attacked yet.
And the damage is necrotic.
Necrotic. So, he just swung at her violently.
Yes.
If it weren't for the temporary hit points, she is under 20 on her hit points right now. And she just kind of starts, and you all hear it in the spy's murmur, Fidget starts laughing. Just as she's staring at her blade, laughing and going, I'm not the person I was 2 years ago. And she's going to swing at him.
Swing away.
For 24.
Yep.
So I'm going to add the first part, and then it's the 2d6 after.
Yep.
12 points. Plus... another plus 5 necrotic. And let's see here. Because I want to have some fun with this.
Let's have some fun.
You also heal for 4 hit points on the first hit.
Okay. Yeah, I had gotten rid of that. Never mind. Okay. Was just checking something. I had changed out my maneuvers and realized I had changed one out. Never mind.
You're fine.
Second attack on him.
That'll
20,
hit.
unnatural.
Yep. Also, I realized whenever you're doing quick toss, you're supposed to add your superiority dice to the damage.
I realized that after the fact too. It's fine.
So 6.
And then 2d6 necrotic. For 9.
Alright.
And she just kind of, with how close he is, the quick toss isn't really going to do anything.
You can still make the attack, it would just be with disadvantage.
I'm going to do it with disadvantage because fuck Silver Tongue.
Mm-hmm. That hits. Don't forget your superiority dice.
I'm going to, because I'm going to have to just, when I roll the next thing, the superiority die. Well, do you want the superiority die different?
You can roll
Then,
as long as it's part of it.
Okay, 6 with that, 2d6 plus 1d8.
Yep.
6 of that is necrotic.
Gotcha.
And she's just kind of, she looks up at Silver Tongue and lets her hood fall off. And there's no more fear on her face. Just the twisted grin going, not anymore, Silver.
Question. Would you like to continue?
Yes.
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 My manic energy thrives.
You saw the question I sent you, yeah?
Me?
You, yes.
Yeah, give me a sec. Because I kind of got a little distracted. Yeah, I saw that and I was thinking about it.
Is that what you want to do?
You know what? Fuck Silver Tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Action fucking surge.
Hit him again!
I'm gonna hit him, and then I'm gonna fucking do it again.
15.
That misses.
I've been walking around the room this entire time, just like trying not to make any noise, but like screaming.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, all of her stuff really would not work against Silver. Actually, you know what? He needs to make a DC 15 wisdom.
5 on the dice.
He is now frightened of her, as I am adding in menacing fucking attack.
Give him the 9 yards.
Be in your shoes.
Three necrotic, plus 2 for the extra damage.
And just for a little bit of grinning and nodding, total of 55 damage this round to this man. He deserved more, obviously, but like, hot daggity damn.
Double it and give it to the same person.
Hit him again. Just let him have all the damage.
But yeah, I bonus action this turn, right?
You did with quick toss.
Making sure. Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, she's just grinning up at him like, I'm not the same scared little girl anymore.
He kind of like looks at his hand and just kind of sees blood there. Looks at you like, are the waves a bit tready here? I think that we should be getting going still. Come on. As though you had done nothing. But granted, as he takes a step forward, the menacing takes hold. He takes a step back, like, "Oh, it's here! Oh, it's here!" And yep,
Tank's back in the room.
sorry, kind of sees
Yeah,
the
and
situation.
Tank probably heard over the spies from
Oh, yeah,
the
he heard.
scream of pain and what he was saying.
Yep.
Okay.
So he used half his movement, so 5, 10, 15. He can actually get up.
Please God, Tank, smack him in the face.
He is going to grapple him. No, he's going to punch him first, and then he's going to bonus action grapple him. Because he wants to do damage first, because fuck this guy. He's going to do 10 points of bludgeoning damage. So an extra 10. And then grab him. Natural 20 means that Silver is just caught, and just this primal bestial, like, grab him by the belt, grab him by the shoulder, leave her alone, picks him up and just German suplexes him. Don't worry about the name German, I swear. That will hit.
Now I'm actually confused. What the fuck's a German suplex?
Over his head, backwards.
Slams him into the ground.
And why is that specifically German?
I don't know why. I really don't. For 12 points of bludgeoning damage, by the way.
Don's sitting here like, don't ask me these questions.
Why not a Russian suplex?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I saw Zangief do that.
He probably did that.
God,
Zangief does
don't,
that.
don't talk to me about Zangief.
Okay. But we will...
no, that is not why.
Yeah, the three people who are strung up are just like, y'all got issues. As they're kind of just like, I think we're safer just staying here. Just pretend we're dead.
Really are.
One of them
really
sticks out their tongue like, bleh, I'm dead. As we move to room 3 with Artie.
Cool. I have an idea.
You have an idea.
Uh-huh. You know the other guy behind the table that's right here?
Yep, I know that guy.
I'd like to put a flame sphere on his table. I like to do flaming sphere on his table.
Ah.
Because it's wooden, right?
It is wooden, yeah. Let me get an image here. Where is a good...
My baby bought me what are these things called? Fun Pop?
I think this will work perfect. Boop.
It's the tube of flavored ice.
Ah.
They can make a dexterity saving throw.
Magnificent.
They gotta beat 16.
Natural 1. These fuckers cannot roll dex saves today to save their life, which I'm glad it's today rather than other days. Roll 2d6 fire damage. As I imagine you summoned it and rammed it into him. 7. Nice.
Yeah. I wanted to destroy the table and possibly hurt him. I want to remove his cover.
Honestly, because it's made of wood, I'll say that it took... obviously it can't make the save, so it takes effectively double damage. Yeah, that table is currently smoking, which means that even if he does have cover, he is also firing at disadvantage against you due to the fact that he has smoke in his face.
Tasty.
And she's gonna kind of cover the clock and just kind of look down at it. Is he still talking? It's like, are you okay?
He's saying, someone's saying to let go. They keep saying let go. I don't know what I'm supposed to let go of. I can't let go. I don't have hands.
It's probably more of a mental thing.
I'll probably come back to someone lamenting they don't have hands.
Already talking to her clock.
It's probably more of a mental thing. It's okay. I've got you.
Someone keeps saying, let go. It's not me. I'm not saying it, but I keep hearing it. It's, ah!
Is it hurting you?
No, it's just loud.
Is the voice kind, or does it sound like it wants to use you?
No.
That was an either-or question.
Ask it again. Loud.
Okay. What does it sound like?
A voice. Many
Yeah, I
voices.
got
Several
that.
voices.
Whose?
I don't know. I will say this is taking a bit. I'll say you probably knelt down behind cover at this point.
Yeah.
You can't see what Midnight is doing because you were behind cover. You just hear the sounds of violence.
Good. That's what I gave him the haste for.
He's using it with violent aplomb, which will bring us over to another person who desires violent aplomb, Aurelius. Granted, his violent aplomb is finally starting to kind of recenter itself, if you will.
Zark?
Zark.
I muted myself on my thing.
It's okay.
So what I was thinking was, hold on, let me do some measurement. Ooh. Okay. So Aurelius is going to go over here and knock the table so that it's a cover, effectively.
Gotcha.
And when he's there, he's gonna say, "I've got an idea, but you guys are gonna need to go down the hall and up the stairs."
I mean, okay. You just hear, oh, hang on a second. She just runs past this guy who just, like, makes a half-assed attempt at an attack. And just swings past her. She just runs off.
Yep. Razor, you too. Unless you want to be trapped in darkness.
He pauses for a second. Let me actually check something real quick. Razor.
Mind you, it's magical darkness.
I know it's magical darkness. I need to just check something about Razor real quick. Because
Yeah.
he is a clever man. But is he clever enough? Not for this specific thing. As he looks at you just like, he looks at you just like, oh great, more darkness. As he, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. He makes his way out. Clearly having an understanding of what you're implying. Go right for it.
So Aurelius is gonna run at the door, turn around, and the shift from his lighter side to the darker side is kind of obvious on his person. As his eyes flicker white and he casts darkness inside the room.
1 second.
Basically covering their exit.
Darkness. Your exit from the room.
Yeah.
It's a, 20-foot sphere?
60 foot. No, wait. 15-foot sphere. It has a range of 60 feet. So around him in a 60-foot. I'll say semi-sphere.
Hold on. Darkness. Oh, it was a 20-foot radius. 15-foot radius, yeah. So it's actually double that. So Dwayne.
Yeah. So just yeah.
As you go, and just you just throw it out and just peace, and just zoom, completely just black out. It's just one guy like, "Hey, who turned out the lights?"
And he
Do you close the door on your way out?
yeah.
Click. Those of you hear is just like, "Oh, motherfuck!" Click.
And he walks past them. We're going upstairs.
As you're doing so, there's a not an elevation, a weight that feels like it's at the moment lifted off your chest for the moment. And Zark, a question enters your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Are you the shadow or the light?
And one not be both.
Is that your answer?
Yeah.
Okay. That answer is mostly just in your head. There's no tangible other person that it came from. But as you do so and you're moving with them, there's a faint line. Not a line, like an aura around your moon-touched greatsword. The blade shimmering white with a faint black to the edge. You feel something has shifted. For the better or the worse, perhaps that's for you to determine. Shall we continue on?
Fight.
Kiss.
Kiss.
So Aurelius and the boys are now in room 3.
You guys are here, below.
Okay. Heading up the stairs, I guess.
If you're heading up the stairs, you guys are on the stairs.
Yeah.
You might want to move Silver into room 2.
Yes, Silver is in room 2. Yes. For worse in this case.
Yes.
So we know where everybody is. Hey, turn order. No, turn order. You were fine. I was out of line. I'm sorry. So, ready to go back to hitting things, Paris? Parasu?
Buddy?
I didn't realize I was muted.
Everyone's muting themselves because they're like, I got things I want to say, things I want to do. I gotta be quiet.
Fuck it.
Your turn.
I'm recklessing.
All right. Let's get right in on this. Actually, as your turn begins, they actually let go of you, and they like make a come here motion, like I want to fight you. Yes.
It's one of those right answer.
Whack.
Just low damage.
It still hits. And are you aiming to kill or just to just take him out of the equation?
She's going to kill.
As you slam your blade into him, you just hear him like gurgle softly, and then there's this odd little extra bit. 1 second here. I just need to bring up a thing. How dare you have a loading screen?
Like, like these small fuckers who are like, I just wanted the payment, leave me alone, she'd be knocking out. These fuckers clearly are here for like, I'm gonna snap your neck if you give me more than enough time.
Yes. Glory to the relief of Our Lady. And he dies.
You've got to be kidding me. She'll fucking just into the spies river. We've got cultists!
As you say that, you just hear from Midnight, excuse me?
You hear from Aurelius? Any sigil?
Do I see any sigil just like
I'll say,
glancing?
I'll say, what's your passive perception would be good enough. It is a sigil that, as you kind of look at the dead one's body at your feet, it is a figure of a twisted woman. Make a religion check. Like a woman whose like arms are twisted around themselves.
Are you proficient in religion?
I thought you were.
You are.
Yeah. 22.
Not with advantage, fuck.
22 is still the first you rolled. That's what I'm taking. There is a sigil / imagery that the moment you say the name, you, Aurelius, and Artemis will all know. The moment you say the name of Exer, the Lady of Relief, Queen of Fiends.
Are you doing here?
That isn't on the list of gods at all.
She's looking.
It is on the list of gods.
Queen
You
of-
just have to go to the minor
Where?
gods.
Oh, okay, I see now. Okay.
You have to go down to the
She's
bottom.
looking up
Towards the bottom.
at the bugbears.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Yep.
What are you all doing here?
We're not here for you, but a fight's good. We're here for the other one, the short one. With the arm.
Wrong thing to say.
That little laugh.
I'll say that there.
Her eyes,
Yep.
her eyes just narrow. I'm gonna decorate my shoulders with your fucking skulls.
Good. We'd look good there. But we'd prefer your blade through your own belly.
I'm not going to say they don't attack you
You
this
fucking
turn.
try!
I'm going to say they don't attack you this turn. They just get into like ready stances, and one will actually move to the other side of you. Just ready, with almost like this giddy dancing kind of motion. As you can see, one of their arms is starting to kind of crackle a bit, like the fur on it's kind of hardening.
Okay. So, did Serenity like say the name of the god?
To be honest, everything that has been said up until that point, you probably hear through the spies murmur, because she didn't turn it off. But now she just wants to kill people.
So yeah,
Okay,
you
so-
hear it.
All right. You hear in the spy's murmur, "May Zio guide your blade."
And the other people, they actually go, hold on a second, they're not with us. Like one of them holds my hand, just like, we are not affiliated with them. What are they doing here? But that is not for their turn, as they're trying to figure out what's going on as well. But they're also realizing, one, you are ready to murder them, and they're like, look, we understand you want to kill us. That's part of our job. That's part of your job. But we're here for money. This sounds. Something's different about this, but that's not for
I
them to figure
suggest you
out.
leave then.
As a frightened of Fidget, Silvertongue gets himself
Excuse me.
back up.
Tank's blocking at the moment, and Fidget is going to let Tank do what he wants to do first.
Oh, Tank's punching him right in the face.
With a chair. Multiple times.
With a chair.
I'm gonna punch you with
If
this
he
chair.
could.
No, that's actually what he needed to punch him to move him back towards the wall where he can grab the table.
I had a feeling.
So he's going to
Tank coming in with the steel chair.
basically, yeah. He's
It has turned into a wrestling match.
He just reckless attack, unarmed strike, just wham. 17 on the die. Without all the bonuses, he does hit. That is more dice, please. 19 points of bludgeoning damage. That was with an unarmed strike, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And then he steps up and he just kind of grabs the table on the other side, and he's just going to just bash it against the side of his head. Still reckless, obviously. Yeah, that'll hit. I'll say that's a D10. That feels like a solid D10. He did more damage with his fist.
That sounds like Tank to me.
It really does.
10 points of bludgeoning damage. And he just kind of grabs, just like it's not half-assed. It's not as focused as him just slamming his fist into him for 10 points of bludgeoning damage. For a total of 29.
Okay.
And he just kind of like
Is he doing
stumbles for a second, and he leans back again, and he still has that sway to him. And kind of looks at his hands for a second, looks back up. And I'm going to actually, you know what? I would like for you to roll a d20.
Okay. D20?
On a 15 or higher, something happens, and on a 5 or lower, something happens.
How about a nat 1?
Ooh.
He looks at Tank. He's still frightened for the moment. And he still has the spy's murmur. And it's the quietest little voice you've ever heard from him. I want to live. And tentacles of ink wrap around him and suck him through the floor.
Holy crap.
He is currently not in the room. You don't know what just happened. As Tank just is like snarling, not making like noise of exertion, just this snarled expression as he just kind of like looks at where he went, just with his look, just like, what just happened?
I don't. Tank, did he... Fidget just runs over to him. Did he not
Breathe.
realizing that she is covered in blood.
He says, breathe. Kind of taps his ear. Artie, Velnanor. Healing, please. Looks up to the three who are all like pretending to be dead. He's just like, smart. He hurt you. I will. You are alive. That is good. We need to move. Did you hear?
Did I hear what?
Serenity.
I don't know that name.
Serenity.
Oh.
No,
I meant the person that Serenity mentioned.
No, yeah, you're like, I don't know that name. Then he just says Serenity. No, not her. The one she said, her. As he kind of shakes her shoulders, like motions, like, do we help?
I need to Tank. She kind of like sways a little bit for the first time, showing how low she is on hit points. Going, I don't know if it's a good idea if I go there.
Remember to breathe. Focus.
You hear over comms. Maxim, how you doing?
You just hear here. You just when he's finally turned on, he's had it silent the whole time. You just hear this kind of this whack 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 whack. Hey, how you doing? Everyone okay up there? I've had this thing silent, but hold on, it's like whack 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 whack. I'm doing good.
I take it you're fine then. Cool. He
So
just
far,
keeps...
what the? Okay.
Fidget will just over the spy's murmur going, Artie, Velinor, if you're coming to look for me, Hank and I to Serenity, and kind of lean
Artemis,
on him.
This room.
Artemis out of that room. Yeah.
Aurelius will say, I'm coming up to you, Artemis. I have Ember and Razor with me.
You go. Artemis is kind of frozen with fear behind her table because she heard exactly what that man said and what god they served.
Yeah. Do you want
Don't
to
keep. I can't. I'm fine. You need to go keep. Fidget 6.
Tank will pause at that, look to you, pat you on the shoulder, and say, and he holds you for a second, and he looks emotionally pained as he says, "Go to Serenity. Go to Artie. Go to Artie. I'll help Serenity. Go, just go.
Okay, just
Watch her six. She'll watch you. Protect each other."
And she's going to go. She's going to head up to the door to head out.
Tank will be heading to room 1. And that'll move us. How much movement is that? That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Yeah, you're moving to room 3. So we will be letting you drop your token in room 3.
I will do so. And mostly midnight at the moment. We'll
see a
see
big
very
smoke cloud.
bloody.
Yeah, but yes.
Yeah, but he would see a very bloody Fidget come stumbling through the door.
Yes.
I'm on the stairs.
You're on your way. Did you want to do the thing I sent you?
I was in the middle of moving my thing.
You're fine.
Yeah,
When they get there,
Mm-hmm.
Artemis would like to use bonus action to do magic stone and throw a rock at the one that is not tied up to distract them from Fidget coming in.
This one here?
Yes.
Throw it at him.
Awesome.
I am second winding as I stumble through the door with Max.
Max second wind. All right, throw that stone, Artie. You still have 10 feet of movement, by the way, Fidget.
Oh, I know. I'm just adding the healing real fast.
No worries.
So much has happened.
I'm aware. 14 misses, but it clacks against the table and makes him duck down to look away from it, so he misses that Fidget has entered the room and is moving past him. So he's currently focused on not getting hit. As does he actually get hit? As he ducks down, he's just like, "Stop hiding in the treasure!" Sorry, I can't hear you of the sound of the knife in your neck. That was a natural 20, but motherfucker.
Was that Midnight said that?
Yes.
Yes.
As just all of a sudden you just hear
Right.
whack, and Midnight just kind of throws another dagger, another natural 20. And he's just
Midnight.
He's just,
Go Midnight.
He's just juggling daggers in the smoke cloud that Artie can see, but you can't see. Actually, no. With you knowing his fighting tactics.
fighting.
Blind fighting's 10 feet. He's outside of 10 feet.
Okay, but I do know his fighting tactics.
You know his fighting tactics. You haven't investigated to look through it yet, but inside of it,
he's busy trying to interfere with the
He's
wall.
just like he's just having a good time.
Would I be able to, since I didn't really do any attack or anything, can I dash?
I'll allow you to dash. Yeah, that makes sense.
Then I'm getting over to. Then Fidget is right here, and Artie can
You can
see
move
how
one more
bad
over.
she is.
One more over closer
Okay.
to her, diagonal.
I'll move
No.
right over.
No, this way. You can move this way.
Oh.
Yeah, you right here.
Oh, okay,
That
there
way
we
she
go.
doesn't have to move one over and
Okay.
stay behind cover.
Okay. Yeah, but
Okay.
yeah, you can see how bad she is, and she is shaking.
Can I do cure wounds on her now?
Yes, you are within touch range.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna do cure wounds at level 3.
Okay.
Thank you. Extra D8 for healing with fidget.
Yep. So
Yes.
test as though it was a level 4 spell.
Level 4?
Because that's
because
an
of the
extra D8.
Nice. So that
Need
is
more bang for your buck
48.
without having to spend an extra buck.
Yep. I like free 99. That's my favorite type of money.
Also, I'm so sorry for Tank for the next few words that are about to leave Serenity's mouth.
Ooh, 16 healing.
Ooh. We
Plus your intelligence modifier. So plus 5 for 21.
21?
21.
Oh, whoops, clicked it again. Yeah.
That's okay.
You're fine.
21 healed. With the temp HP, Fidget is now over her max.
What is your health pool? Am I just broken as a barbarian?
Mine is at 81. I'm at 60 without the temp. I'm at 84 with the temp.
Oh, good lordy.
Yep.
I just give a
I'd be
quick
thinking-
look over and nod a little bit.
Silver attacked me.
I'll kill him.
He went into the floor.
I'll dig him up.
At this point, would me and the boys be at the door?
I'd say yes. Which means
Okay.
you guys can have yourself there at the door.
All right, let me just check the range real quick. 30 feet and... is that 60? I can't tell.
55.
All right, so that's still within range of my... No, it is not. Okay. So... Aurelius will walk forward this way.
I'll say you have 10 more feet of movement from there. You don't have the full.
Okay.
You don't have the full range of movement. It's only 10 feet.
10 feet?
10 feet.
All right.
Yeah.
So he'll move here, I think, where I measured it.
Yeah, that's 10.
And then
Razor will cover the other wall, and Ember will stay on your 6. Oops, I'm a little too close to this. My bad. I need to go back.
would Aurelius be able to see this guy and or this guy?
The second guy you pinged.
This guy.
That guy. Yeah, that guy. This guy
Okay.
up here. Now you're in.
It's high noon.
Oh no! It's 3 in the morning. It's almost midnight. 13 does miss them. Actually, no. With you have advantage on it because he doesn't know that you were entering the room because of the smoke that Artemis set on him.
So should I just roll again?
Roll again. Yes.
Yeah, all right. That's even worse.
So you fire at it and it bangs off the wooden table. He's like, "Hey, she's still trying to hit me. Anyone gonna
Stay
give me cover?
down.
What the fuck? Who the fuck's that?" Not realizing that someone else has entered the room.
He'll look to Ember and Razor. Do a sweep.
And Razor's giving you a nod. He's going to start doing that.
Yep. And Aurelius will look over to... Like, he's keeping his crossbow trained on this guy, but he's looking over to Fidget and Artemis and just go, are you two a lot? Are you... That's not a real word. Are you two all right?
If you see Silver Tongue, kill him.
Do you have another episode?
He attacked me.
Ah, fuck.
Are you two okay?
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Midnight.
Aurelius is like looking towards the door to room 2.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like,
He went in the floor. He's not
There's
there
someone-
anymore.
"Where's Serenity?"
Room. Tank went to her.
All right, I'll go back them up. And I need to.
That'll be on your next turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna BRB anyway. That's why I wanted to get that out of the way so we know what I'm doing.
No worries. Speaking of
right.
Parisu,
Go ahead and drop Tank in there.
it's time for
see
violence. You hear Tank just as he's coming in.
So, the minute she sees him, she points at him.
Mhm.
They are mine.
He steps in, takes like a couple steps, pauses, looks between them, looks at you. Artie is my friend.
Aww.
Tank, I'm so sorry. She's in a blind rage.
That was the sweetest thing.
He's like, I want to help. Murder. This is what I'm good at.
Let him help. You can take the final blow.
No, you said he's not moving closer. He's just like moving in, and he just stays there, ready, but he's waiting. And it's your move to do things. Go ahead.
Reckless.
They'll hit. Which one? Left or right? Right. Got it.
Cause like she's almost completely unharmed.
Yep. Almost. We'll fix that.
Ah, for fuck's sake. I clicked the Discord notification trying to click the greatsword.
That'll hit. That'll do damage. Rolled again. That will hit.
Excuse me.
For 11. Got it. Alright, and that's your turn?
E.
Alright. They are going to swing back at you. For a 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay.
Does Reckless count for Reckless Vigil?
Because of Reckless Vigil at level 6, yes.
Why? Every time I use this.
It miss. How much health? Oh. That means he adds another dice. $20 points of bludgeoning damage, halved to 10. Second attack. Same number, 24.
Wait.
21 points of damage, halved to 10 again. Third attack against you. That is a 19.
That'll miss.
Second attack is less. So, the guy you hit, like blood running down his chest, and he looks like he is feeling relief in the pain. And then he just turns and slams his fist into you 2 times, just wham, wham, and he's leaning in to your attacks almost. But he's hurting. He's hurting.
Is the matter with you?
Death is the only release from this bondage.
That is the end of Siege Room 1. Back over to Siege Room 3.
You want to move Aurelius?
I will move
for
Aurelius. He's 20, 25, 35, 10, 15, 20, 20. As he's away. Razor will post up. Glance to the both of you. He kind of like just... Oh, sweet. The guy ended his turn next to the fire. Artie, would you like to roll fire damage for the guy who didn't move away from your fire?
Sure, how many is that?
That's 2d6. Apparently he decided moving away from the fire was not his best idea. And then he rolled a 13.
Why do I keep rolling ones on this?
Because it's a
That's
d6. 3 damage? Hey, that's damage.
Yes.
Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, I remember. I had pulled up the wrong person, and then I got out of them, and I forgot who I was looking for. Because brain go burr. Razor will look down to the both of you, and he'll kind of like put his boot on the table and turn it so it's slightly more blocking both of you. Are you all right?
Mm-hmm. I'm alive.
Yes.
Good.
And Artemis is going to move toward the door.
Razor will basically like escort you, effectively, pulling out a longbow and just kind of having it like knocked but not drawn. So move yourself, and he will move next to you.
She is very confused by this gesture, but she will take it. She'll look back and kind of shout, "Midnight, do you have the one hanging?"
You hear the sound of someone going, "Hey, no, put me down!" As you hear Midnight going, "Do we want him out the window or do we want him here?"
Out the window.
Okay. Wait, no, please.
There's one near the fire, too, and she's going to go start toward the room that Serenity's in.
Fidget is just going to stand up and throw her axe at the one near the fire.
Go ahead. Get dibs. That'll hit.
24?
Yep.
And I'm going to make this a goading attack.
Gotcha.
So he needs to make the DC 15 save.
Not with a 5, he's not.
Okay. So,
I've been rolling
let's see
really
here.
bad against your all saving throws. It's been really funny to watch.
And that also gets the necrotic, yes?
Yeah, it's still on.
Okay, 2 plus the 1. 3 necrotic, 3 extra.
It's a total of 12.
Comes back, she's throwing at him again.
Go ahead.
15.
That will miss.
Quick toss.
Okay.
$26.
That'll hit. Plus.
Plus the let's make that 11 necrotic and 1 extra.
Whoa. Midnight walks up and is like, "What do you mean there's a guy behind the table?" And just sees the hand axe fly back. Oh. Never mind.
And she just kind of looks at Midnight, the blood on her kind of going, He finally did it, Midnight. He finally did it.
Oh no. Oh no. Artie, do you want to move towards the door?
Yes, I'm going to keep going toward the room that Serenity's in.
Yep. So, you want me to
Just
move
following after Aurelius.
Erase. Yes. Yes, we're going here. We're leaving.
And Fidget will make her way over here.
Yep. Which will drag us over back to Serenity.
Yes.
Serenity.
Beat the fuck out of these guys. I'm reckless.
Hold on.
Yes.
As you're turning to swing, there's a faint luminescence. It's daytime, but you swear that your axe glows.
I fool.
She's got a long sword.
Sorry,
or
your
great sword. No,
A
no.
greatsword, yeah, greatsword, not great axe, greatsword.
She's so used to me swinging around great axes.
I knew what I meant, and then I said the wrong thing, because I've seen her be using this greatsword the entire time. The great sword has a faint glow to it. And a question pops into your head.
Yes.
Are you a good person?
Tank sees her stop. And she looks visibly confused and then conflicted. I don't know.
Then it would be good to find out, wouldn't it? And
It'd be great to find out, but now's not the time.
and as that comes to your mind, there's a faint sheen to your great axe, as it seems to almost not hone itself, but almost seem to pulse. Add a +1 to your great axe. Your great sword. +1 to your great sword. There's more, but add a +1 for now.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Did you miss me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my god.
You were gone?
God damn.
Object permanence be like.
This is how Zark communicates love. This is how you speak Australian.
This is true.
A 14 will
14.
miss.
I didn't miss much, did I?
That will hit. Artie has decided to go on the offensive and is following you towards where Serenity's room, with Razor
all
acting
are.
as her bodyguard and everyone else following after. And Serenity's sword asks, "Are you a good person?" And she says
So-
she doesn't know. Which one did you hit with the attack, by the way?
The one that I have been hitting, which has been the one in front of me, air quote.
You slam your blade into him, and he's just like a slash across his chest, and he just kind of holds his arms open, and he's just like, "Exhale, take me." And he falls out
Can
the
I
window.
flavor this?
Yeah, sure.
So, she's just going for like the through the chest shot. I don't know if I'm a good person or not. I don't care what kind of person I am. I am protecting my Optimus. And she will kick him out the window.
Gotcha. So you slam your blade
Or she
into him, and then just
haters him.
pull it back and just beat his ass out the window. As he like mids it, like he's just like, "Oh, lady of relief."
Get insane.
And then the other guy, that didn't hit before, won't hit now. That didn't hit before, won't hit now. Attempts to hit you, and you just
Are you gonna have Tank do anything?
Tank is reaches over to the door frame, grips it, and rips a chunk off of it. He says like, oops. Slowly like drops it off to the side. As he's clearly like, "These are mine," is what she said.
Oh, that's right.
And so he's going to 5, 10. And just kind of like try and peek out the window. So he's going to make a perception check. He's not seeing much. But that is what he's going to do with his turn. Which will... So everyone is making their way over, yes?
Me.
In which case, I will give you another
Do you want to
turn
stop?
of fighting, Paris, because you guys have to go past room 2 before you get to room 1. So,
Fair.
go ahead, Paris. Make another round of attacks.
Reckless. Nice.
That will hit, yeah. Woo! It's another solid 25 damage. Hit it, yeah? That'll do it. Another 12. He's still up. And he's going to swing at you. Yeah, that'll hit. 27.
Yep.
And much like his friend, you put him into the exact same range of extra damage.
Yes, finally. Well, I don't know if rage is added, but
It's
that's
not.
still 8 if nothing else.
Oh, that means that he actually gets another dice of damage. So that's 26 halved to 13 for the first hit.
Okay.
Second is a 22.
Meets it, beats it.
Anyone
I don't know
want-
if you do half for things that meet in this campaign or not, though.
I believe I have been. Haven't I been?
Okay.
I don't
think
remember. We have the
don't
memory
think
of grapes in here.
No.
You know, that's
We're all
not
just
incorrect.
like fight, kill.
Kiss, kiss, kiss.
23 halved to 11.
Be bloodied! Oh wait, no I'm not. I'm almost bloodied.
Close. And as everyone is making their way into the room, make one more round of attacks. See if you get them before they enter.
I was putting my token down. Just cause.
Just cuz.
Go Serenity!
Yeah, that. How do you want to do this?
So, I'm a horrible person because my immediate thought process was toss up the fucking greatsword, catch it, and baseball golf swing. Or baseball club swing. But unfortunately, she's a little bit too enraged to fucking do any kind of,
Finesse.
you know, finesse. So, she's just going to just... fuck. You play God of War. You know the fucking Y cut he does through the collarbone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that.
Ah!
I spit on you and your lady.
Go Paris. Go Paris.
Oh, good lord. Why the fuck did you have to say that you were going after Artemis? It's like the Goku button for Serenity.
I hope one of them stays alive by the time I get in there. I want to see what happens.
Oh, they're all fucking dead, my man.
I like the thought that they're all on the ground. There's a moment to breathe, and then suddenly from
No,
room 2,
a lot of them went out
Aurelius,
the window.
like suddenly
No,
from
we
room,
were. Yeah.
just Aurelius kicks down the door. It's like, huh? There's a group of people behind him.
Fidget's somehow down here. Fidget just walked the hall.
I mean, we could say, like, she doesn't kill him until Artemis comes in if you want to do it flavorfully.
Do you want
Please.
to do it? Yep. So as Artemis comes in, just that moment of just like knocking him to the ground, to just do that final coup de grace, and just kind of that moment of already getting to see Serenity just like absolute violence.
Are the rest of these people still here?
Oh yeah, they're still alive, and they're like looking. And when you enter the room, they like hold up their hands, just like. And after a couple seconds of like you guys entering the room, no one attacking, no one hands on weapons. They kind of glance over and they look at the dead bodies around Serenity, and they kind of look back to you guys. And one of them's like,
Are you going to be a problem?
I'm starting
I
to think we
suggest
need
you
to
leave.
Okay, I mean, I was going to say something else, but all right. Kind of gets up and like slows like, oh, okay. Shoot,
Or I'm having Tank throw you out the window. Leave.
If they last for more than 5 seconds, Serenity just snaps her head to look at them.
They're like, even when you snap your head to look at them, they're not moving at a fast pace. They're all of their eyes, despite everything, all of the aggression that is there for you all, their eyes are locked, looking towards those who Serenity killed. And there is a distinct unease that seems to be across all of their faces. This wasn't part of the plan. They don't know what's going on. And suddenly all of this trial seems to be leaving their mind as they're trying to figure out a potential new threat. But I think that'll be a good thing to pick up on next session.
The last thing I'll say is over comms. He's just getting a report from Velinor and Maxim downstairs, seeing how they're doing.
Velinor, this is the first time you've heard Velinor. After all, you just hear,
I don't think I've summoned this many animals in a long time.
and you just hear this.
There are deer.
Do I even want to come downstairs?
Is that a goose?
No, it's a cow. I don't know why it's making that noise. I didn't make it make that noise.
Goose cow! It's hot!
Artemis is gonna check out the bodies that Serenity killed.
We will get to that next week.
Yeah.
Make a note of that in the chat that you have not yet searched them and that you want to.
Serenity's actually injured.
Magnificent. Don't worry. It'll happen more often.
Yeah, Artemis will do the cure wounds on the Serenity.
Yeah. And on that note, as you guys take a moment, and remember, this is dawn. You still
it
have
just
to get
started.
to dusk, which, granted, this change might change things, but it'll depend upon actions, decisions, and so forth. But that'll be, again, for next time. You guys made it through dawn.
Yeah.
Some of that was
King Silver Tongue.
Yeah, some of that was planned stuff, and some of that was not. But you guys did fucking great.
Yay for snares!
I'm breaking up with Fidget. Ember is now my new best friend.
I'm breaking up with Fitch. She's not even the one you're dating!
I don't even think that you can break up with Fidget. It's like, I'm breaking up with Fidget. Ember's my new best friend. Fidget still has her hand on your shoulder. We're not done yet. Help! Dragged away. Ember, no!
I didn't say you could leave yet.
We're not done yet, bitch.
Yeah, no, but like,
You're in love with Ember. I get it.
like it's not just Ember. Like, he worked so well with Ember and Razor. He's learning to. He's evolving.
These arc noises.
As soon as he started, communicating with them, they're like, all right, he's telling us what he needs. We can get that done. It's not like, it's going to be a big problematic thing. And he's like, wow, hey, we're doing it. We're doing it.
And it's not like he's saying, do it now. He's just like, he's given his advice. The only time he said deal with it is to Serenity, but that's because he's been a bastard to Serenity for a while now. This was so good.
This is what happens when you date this guy. His filters leave.
But anyways, more of that next week.
Yes.
Next week it'll be 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh no.
Seriously.
Ouch.
The sad thing is he's not wrong.
Yeah. So,
Sounds so much fun.
for everyone watching on Twitch, we do post these on my YouTube channel, which is under the search name Cormundum Chaos. We have all 43 episodes there. This is episode 43, my God. We are almost at 50 episodes. At 52, we will have a year's worth of episodes, even though it's been long.
We have a year's worth of episodes, almost 50 sessions, and we've still only done part 1 of a 3-part quest
Isn't it great?
got at the beginning.
Isn't it great?
I love our group.
Listen. The side quests are fun.
The side quests are shiny, and we have very bad attention spans.
You want to know the?
Do you realize what type of games I play? Do you
Yes.
realize that I spend my time 100% getting the achievements in games? And you expect me to not get distracted by ruins and side quests?
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I expected this. The main story quest and the side quest bit, whatnot. This is something I accounted for the entire way through. But at the same time,
okay.
boy howdy is it funny to go, we're here a year in and we've finished part 1 of 3.
It's a fucking good running joke.
It's a great one running joke.
Don't worry, by the end of year 2, we will have the second thing, and then year 3 will be the grand finale.
I mean, if we do all 3, we skip to the final boss.
Yeah,
Anyways.
we'll get there. But for those who are watching on YouTube, we do stream these on twitch.tv/WhatTeamComp with the entire group and cast and gang and whatnot around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Mondays. And generally it's every week. We do have a few weeks where we do miss, but next week should be good for all of us. Yes.
Should I announce the project we've been working on behind the scenes?
Not yet. We're working
Okay.
on it.
Not yet.
We're working on it. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for watching with us. You are amazing. We appreciate you so much. And until next time, we are WhatTeamComp, and we'll see you all later. Bye-bye!
Bye.
Bye.